Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 xRC Tournament of Fun. We're here loaded and ready to start match 1. On the Blue Alliance, we've got Prince 1792, Barant 3620, and Tyler 1334, facing off against the Red Alliance of Jacob 138-227, Xioa, and Dare 7890. Also, and my name is Nick. I am one of your game announcers today, and I am also joined by Brennan, who will be rotating on as your other game announcer at various points throughout the afternoon.
Hello, everybody. Excited to get started? Nick's going to take us away for the first chunk here.
And just like that, here we go with qualification match number 1. We do appear to still be waiting on a red robot at this point in time. As it appears, another red robot has dropped, and Dare 7890 is currently running solo on the red side of the field. Also, I don't think the Red Alliance has scored 153 points to Blue Alliance's 4 at this point. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, that's
it appears there's entirely a Blue Alliance match at this point.
Previous match. I'll just go check in with the players, make sure we're getting underway.
I'm not quite sure what's going on here. We appear to have another robot regenerated. Now robots dropping in. The laws of physics don't appear to apply here in xRC. All 3 Blue Alliance robots lined up down by the processor now, wiggling their arms to possibly say hello. Is there... Sorry for the confusion, folks. This is not yet a real match. This is just drivers driving around having some fun with these simulated robots as we keep loading in for qualification match number 1.
Today sucked, I'm not feeling great. People all laughed and they call me names. Why's it so tough and the world so lame? Can I have some cash and a ride down to the arcade? This morning blue, I stayed up till 2. People stare at me like I'm trapped in a suit. Why's it so tough and the world so lame? Can I have some cash and a ride down to the arcade?
Folks, we are getting ready to start this match. Qualification match 1, we will be beginning in just a few moments. 3, 2, 1, go! And here we go. Qualification match number 1. Autonomous period underway. These teams working to build up their scores. Prince with the first algae score of the match, taking an algae to the net for 4 points, going up with another. That'll be 8 points to the Blue Alliance for the teleop portion, even more for the fact that it was scored in auto. We appear to be in the teleoperated period now, 67-40. Blue Alliance holding a lead here. 5 robots still racing around the field to build up those scores. Jacob there with that robot for red, going to score a coral on L4. It doesn't quite go in though, instead dropping back down to the L1 trough for 2 points. Dare 78-90 on the Red Alliance, successfully scoring that coral onto L4. 5 points to red there, as their alliance partner Jacob keeps on working to build up those scores as well. Blue Alliance making quick work of that algae there. It appears they already have 6 up, make that 7, thanks to the quick work of Prince, really focusing on that algae cycling, a pretty significant strategic change from the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance prioritizing some of those algae, nearly clearing out their side of the field here. Prince dropping off the second to last available, as Prince's teammates brought 36-20. There with a coral in their possession, going for another. That looked like an L2 or L3 there. That'll be 3 or 4 points, depending which branch it was scored on, as we hit 60 seconds to go, 181 to 113. Prince continuing their algae roll, cycling some algae stolen from the Red Alliance to that Blue Alliance net. Those are 4 points to the Blue Alliance, as well as the loss of possible scoring for the Red Alliance, who no longer has those algae available. 40 seconds to go. All 5 robots still zipping around. One nice thing about the simulated world of robots is that there's not as much trouble with connectivity issues or braking due to the indestructible nature of these machines. 25 seconds to go. Blue Alliance has crested 200 points, 233 to 127 here as we hit the 20 seconds mark. If teams want to score endgame points, now is their time. So far, they're prioritizing those coral and algae scores. 2 algae have gone up into the Red Alliance net, now a third due to some processor scoring as we have 5 seconds to go. Possibly no robots in the air, but that does change as Dare goes up. And 2 for blue as the time winds down. Our score coming in for that last match, 279 to 158 towards the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance taking it here as we move on through this tournament.
Do we know if the
Welcome back, everyone. We're now moving on to qualification match number 2 here. We've loaded up the technology field. All 6 robots appear to be loaded in, zipping around, having some fun here. As we now spin them around, we've got all 6 teams. Here's our countdown. 3, 2, 1, and go. Match play underway here in xRC. Blue Alliance here in auto, focusing on those coral. One going up to L4, but not quite landing correctly from the Blue Alliance. Cosminus Maximus does appear to get one on L4. That'll be a 7-point score if it was in the autonomous period, but we've now moved into Teleop. 6 robots still racing around the field, 1 algae per alliance in those nets, but the Red Alliance working to quickly build that score higher, thanks to the work of Lumpy. They've already scored 3 algae in the Red Alliance net, but Blue Alliance quickly responding, Omega 3933, going to grab another algae off of their reef, taking it over to the net and dropping it off at 4 points apiece. 121-68 is our early game score. Still a minute 40 left in play, so these teams have plenty of time to build up their scores. Lumpy and Omega still building up those algae scores. Cosinus Maximus serving as a coral cycler for the Blue Alliance, joined by their partner EBAC 019005. All those Blue Alliance robots building up that score as the Blue Alliance approaching triple digits here at 99. They're just about to cross over with a minute 15 to go. Lots of algae scoring in this match. Every Red Alliance side algae has been scored. Blue Alliance making quick work of that as well. The second to last algae now in Omega's possession. There it goes for another 4 points. Only 1 remaining on this field as these teams switch over to coral cycling. T4678, they've got a coral, taking it to the reef, lining up with their elevator and arm, not quite getting the branch they initially wanted, so going down to what appears to have been L2. That'll be 3 points to that Red Alliance there. Eton 1577 got a coral, but can't quite get it into their manipulator as they hand it off to try again. Handoff doesn't quite go as expected, but there they go, trying to stack it in L1 as it falls back into their robot as we fall under 30 seconds to go. 23 seconds remaining. This match is closing down. 233 to 170 is the score. Nobody focusing on climbing at this point. Those game pieces are showing to be everything here, but that could be changing as our first robots lining up with the cages. We see it, 1 team going airborne, 2 for red now. Lumpy flying in for a possible last-second park as time expires. Additionally, 2 Blue Alliance robots in the air on those deep cages at 12 points apiece at the conclusion of match number 2. And just like that, those results are in. 269 to 206 is the score. Red Alliance taking home match number 2 as we keep on rolling with xRC. And here's the startup for match number 3. We've got 6 more great players loaded and ready to roll. On the Blue Alliance, we've got Abyss 1792, Logan, and Fire 449 facing off against the Red Alliance's RJ 494, Brendan 7, and Noah PLWG 1. Here's our countdown. Teams, get ready to roll as match number 3 underway. Autonomous period here, 2:25 left to go, 30 to 29. It is tight here. One of our first barkers out on the field for the Red Alliance. That's Brendan 7, pulling an algae off of the reef, trying to toss it into the net, but not quite getting those tosses up and over at this point. This match remaining tight coming out of Autonomous, all tied up at 71 as these teams go down. The Barker, Brendan 7, trying to score a stolen algae for the Red Alliance, now pulling one off the Blue Alliance reef, lining up to shoot. They go up but can't quite get it over the lip of that net. So to cover that, here comes the Logan. They've got another algae for the Blue Alliance. That's the 3rd going up for them. Those are at 4 points apiece and crucial because of just how limited their supply is here in Reefscape. Coral scoring already spiking as both teams are up in the 120 to 130 range. This is a tight match overall. Brendan playing some opportunistic defense, it appears. Now possibly lining up to steal a coral from that coral station. This Blue Alliance has 2 coral cyclers, Abyss 1792 and Fire, both cycling coral to that reef, building up this Blue Alliance score as they establish a slightly larger 26-point lead. Brendan still with that opportunistic defense down there. These robots working as Logan has switched to stealing algae. They've scored quite a few in the Blue Alliance net. Still about 5 left on the Red Alliance side of the field, but with 1 in the possession of a Red Alliance member, it could be scored for them. Noah has had that algae, but has since dropped it off. Scoring a coral instead, Noah goes to drop it off. That's it. That's a 3-point score there on L2. Their alliance partner, RJ494, cycling coral from the coral station as they have been all match, placing one on what appeared to be L1 as we had 30 seconds to go. 247 to 199 here on xRC. Blue Alliance holding a lead still as we enter the final 20 seconds. Game pieces reign supreme. Blue Alliance has almost every algae on the field scored on their side. There goes Brendan with an algae trying for the processor, not quite getting it as we hit 7 seconds to go. Climbs coming in for the Red Alliance. This could be one of our first triple climbs here. Teams go airborne and time expires with our first score over 300 of the day. Here come those final results. 305 to 259 is indeed that final score. These alliances working to build up those collective scores, to build up their own rankings, as we ultimately approach the alliance selection at the end of the qualification round in a couple hours. And just like that, with the quick pace of not needing to physically load robots, we move on to yet another preload for a match. For the Blue Alliance, Gavin 2337, Charlemagne, and Lyrevent facing up against the Red Alliance of Perrin, Eric 9033, and EE Man 7199. Here comes the field, and our countdown, 3, 2, 1, and go! All 6 robots loaded into their starting positions, looking like coral is going to be really the priority here. All 6 robots focusing on building up those coral scores, and it is neck and neck. 47 to 37, but 44 for blue. Both these alliances keeping it tight as autonomous ends. First algae possession going to the Blue Alliance. That's Lyrevent, dropping it off into the processor as it is auto then scored up into the Red Alliance net for those 4 points, but the Blue Alliance getting 6 from the score into the processor. Blue now going for another, building up their scores continually as the auto shooter makes those algae into the net. Red Alliance also scoring into the processor. Cycling down there is Perrin, dropping off what appears to be their third. The third to land successfully into that net, as these robots keep on flying around with 1:35 to go. EE Man 2357, they've got a coral in their possession, now carrying a second, dropping it off and cycling down to grab another from that manipulator, scoring it onto L1 as they kick an algae down to their alliance partner. A quick show of teamwork to quickly build up those scores as the Red Alliance holds a roughly 17-point lead. It is still tight and every point could matter, especially as Blue closes in to just a 8-point lead. For the Blue Alliance, Lyrevent getting an algae off the floor, bringing it back to the processor as they have been all this match. Charlemagne getting a coral, taking it to the reef. That could be a 3-point L2 score, as some of the higher levels have actually filled out. Blue Alliance quickly trying to close this gap. Red Alliance has been holding the lead all match, but it has been tight, and Blue could very easily flip it with just a few well-timed scores over the Red Alliance. Red Alliance still building up those scores. Eric, 90-33. They've got a coral now again, continuing to build up those coral scores. Some very full reefs all day here at xRC. Team still cycling around the field. Gavin getting another coral. That's really been a coral-focused strategy this match, but some algae getting stored opportunistically. 13 seconds to go. Teams look to be lining up to score now. Red Alliance getting lined up first. All three robots are in the barge zone. One is airborne, two are up. Could they make it three? It looks like they did. Blue may have two robots in the air for some of those points. Make it possibly three as time expires. Here come those results. 344 to 298 towards the Red Alliance. A very high scoring match all around for all of these teams. Now here we are, match number 5 loaded onto this field here. On the Blue Alliance side, we've got Michael, Small Hank, and Celeste is Cool facing off against the alliance of Befit Parsley, A2Z Gamer 0924, and Just Jello. Loading in the field now, and our final countdown coming in. All 6 robots dropping onto that starting line, ready to roll. Quickly building up those scores for both alliances. Just Jello dropping off a coral on L4. That appears to have been their second. Those L4 coral in auto are 7 points apiece. Here they go with a Teleop coral for 5. First algae score going up from Small Hank, dropping off a second algae into the net. Each of those 4 points apiece as another automatic shot goes up from a processor score by that Red Alliance. Celeste is Cool, focusing on coral cycling here. As we've seen in many matches here in Reefscape, those alliances really focusing on having coral scores, but also sending some algae scores due to the inherent scarcity of that scoring resource. Already a significant portion of the algae on this field are gone and in the air. They're going up to the top. Blue Alliance net getting very full. A full straight line now getting doubled up simply due to the sheer number of algae that have been popped up there by a mix of Small Hank's direct scoring and by dropping off algae into the net. Dropping off algae into the processor for the Red Alliance side that are then transferred up to the net. As we just saw from the blue into red, though that algae does bounce out and return to the field, being claimed by Befit Parsley to go drop off in their own processor to then place it into the blue Alliance net. A2Z Gamer 0924, they've got a coral in their possession in their L1 little dropper bit. They pop it right into L1 there. That's a 2-point score to the Red Alliance. On that Blue Alliance, Michael has a coral going over to the reef facing towards the barge, not quite getting the lineup with L3, so they go back to try again. As a reminder, teams do need to be careful about some of these penalties. There are protected zones where you cannot touch teams that are in them, as A2Z Gamer down playing some defense is having a couple of flags by the automatic scoring system. 20 seconds to go. It's a close one, just a 15-point separation, which endgame could swing. First teams going airborne appear to be coming in. Celeste is cool, joining them for the Blue Alliance. 2 robots lined up to go airborne. Michael is up, and Celeste is cool is up. Just Jello trying to get airborne, but still on the ground as the time expires. Here come those final scores, 244 to 220. Blue Alliance taking it home in that match, carrying those scores as we round off match number 5. Here we are, match number 6, loaded onto that field, getting ready with these previews. Pulling it up for the Blue Alliance, Bront 3620, Cosinus Maximus, and Skyblocker. Facing off against the Red Alliance of Noah PLWG1 and Vixty and Prince 1792. Autonomous is rolling here. These robots lining up to score those coral and algae. 1 algae score going up for each alliance here. As the coral keep flying in, Red Alliance definitely taking the advantage out of the autonomous period, now at 69 to 41. Blue Alliance building up their own scores quickly. Bront 3620, taking a coral to the reef, dropping it off onto L3 if they can. There they go. That is a 4-point score to the Blue Alliance. Their partner, Cosinus Maximus, doing the same, cycling some coral up to L4 there, now going back to possibly line up with L3 and keep building up that Blue Alliance score, and helping to possibly close the gap with the Red Alliance, who is taking a lead here. There with an algae score, that's Prince, lining up to pull down a lollipop algae, not quite getting it, so they go for a floor one and try again. Dropping it off in the net, further building up the Red Alliance's lead, 153 to 102 at this point. These 6 robots working to cement those scores as best they can. Take, for example, Noah Plug 1 of the Red Alliance. They've just got a coral in their possession, taking it up to the reef, now going back for another. That Alliance partner there also doing the same. This Red Alliance, everyone really focusing on coral at this point, especially when you consider that there are so few algae left on the field. Only 1 left in Prince's possession, and there it goes into the Red Alliance net. A pretty even split of algae in this match. Both alliances really prioritized it. Red Alliance appears to have an advantage of 1 algae up there, but it is tight in that regard. The real difference maker has been that coral, as you can look at the Red Alliance's reef, which is much more full, helping them with their rather large lead at this point, 221 to 155. For that Blue Alliance, Sky Blocker has a coral on that position, not quite able to get it onto L4, but they've still got about 30 seconds to grab it and try again with that ground intake. 25 seconds to go. These teams are really focusing on those last scoring element scores as they want to cement their best possible performance going into the end of this match. 13 seconds to go. A quick steal coming down as some pins going in, but possible climbs in these final 8 seconds. Red Alliance has 2 robots in that barge zone. Blue Alliance already has a member airborne. That's Cosimus Maximus. But no one else able to get airborne as time expires. And here comes that score. 278 to 210. Red Alliance taking it home in match number 6. Now here we are, match number 7, as we keep on chugging through these alliances. For the Blue Alliance, we have RJ494, Eton 1577, and Gavin 2337, facing off against the Red Alliance of Logan and C4678. Possible Exioa, though I believe I've been told they may not be in this match.
Feel my arms holding on so tight just when you need it most. Feel the freedom of being careless.
5 robots moving around this field, working to quickly crank up those scores. The Blue Alliance has control here of that algae. First algae scoring going up, as well as the coral advantage. Admittedly, they are in a 3v2, which does give them a somewhat of an advantage in this match. Eton playing now algae stealing already, just 20 seconds into the match. They've already scored 3, make that 4 algae into the net. Each of those 4 points apiece in Teleop, even more in autonomous. The Blue Alliance also making quick work of L4, those 5 point apiece branches. They've already got many coral up there, as many as 8 if I'm counting correctly. That appears to be 9 or even 10 now, as they have just 1 branch remaining up on L4 for those 5 points. They shift on down to a lower branch to keep on building those scores. For the Red Alliance, C4678 has a coral going up and lining up with L4. That's a 5-point score there. Logan working on some lower branches as well. Not quite able to get the lineup they need as they grab another and try again, but it just isn't quite snapping on the way they need it to. Eton back down on the Red Alliance side of the field, stealing more algae. All the algae scoring in this match has gone to the Blue Alliance net. At this point, Eton 1577 still cranking away on that. Eton for the Blue Alliance there, sucking those algae up. They were stealing from the Red Alliance side. Though Eton, the scoring system is a bit bugged. It is showing Eton 1577 as a Red Alliance member. They are actually working for the Blue Alliance, stealing algae and building up that algae score as an incredibly stuffed net for the Blue Alliance emerges. 35 seconds to go, 228 to 115. RJ494 still stacking up those coral for the Blue Alliance. That reef is very full, if not entirely full, thanks to the work of RJ494 and Gavin 2337, who's getting a coral loaded into their robot, then taking a second, as it appears this system does not actually penalize carrying multiple coral. 10 seconds to go. Everyone's focusing on those scoring elements, but here comes the Red Alliance lining up to climb. Looks like we may have 2 Blue Alliance climbs as well, going airborne, and a possible last-second 2-point park for the Blue Alliance as time expires.
Hey, Chad Tyler here. Just want to give a big shout out to Abyss Cuber, sending a super chat saying that they love Gavin. So thanks a lot to this gamer for that awesome super chat donation.
And there are the scores, 285 to 159. The Blue Alliance of Gavin 2337, RJ 494, and Eton 1577 beating out the Red Alliance in this match. As a reminder, Eton is shown on red due to a scoring bug of the 2v3. And now we've got those robots lined up, ready to go for this match. On the Blue Alliance, making up that alliance is Charlemagne, Fire 449, and E-Man 7199. Facing off against the Red Alliance of Omega Cerdo, the Fit Parsley, and Michael. We're loading up the field, and here is that countdown. Robots rolling in autonomous. Quick coral coming in from the Red Alliance, but Blue getting a real quick 3 going up there already. Make that 4 and 5 as the Blue Alliance keeps building those scores, working around each other to crank up their autonomous lead here. Coming up of autonomous 51 to 34, a 17-point lead over the Red Alliance. Our first stealing action already coming in, but here comes the caution needed for stealing. It's very easy to draw penalties due to that protected zone around the reef. Teams do need to be careful whenever they are there to not contact a blue robot that is breaking that perimeter to make sure they don't draw penalty points. For the Red Alliance, Omega 3933 grabbing an algae off their own reef, going up to the net and dropping it off, but it does bounce back over the rim and going back to the floor. That won't count for points at this point, but with a minute 35 left to go, Omega has plenty of time to keep building up that score. Michael on the Red Alliance has an algae in his possession, carrying it along the field, going to the processor, knocking in an algae that didn't quite go through as it is auto-shot up to the Blue Alliance net. As a reminder of how the processor works, it is 6 points for the scoring in the processor, but then 4 to the opposing alliance as the algae shot, if the algae shot makes it into the net, which that one from Michael into the processor will do. The Fit Parsley dropping off a coral into on the reef, cycling out a second as it goes into the L2. Those are 3 points there. This alliance continuing to build up its score, but Fit Parsley has more, going back to keep on that cycling. Blue Alliance still holding a lead at this point. That reef is getting quite full, even though the Red Alliance has done more work with the algae scoring to build up their own point. All 3 of those robots cycling. Charlemagne just dropped off a coral down on the barge side of the reef, now going back to the coral station. It's loaded into their manipulator. They flip it around, try to line it up and hook it onto L2 if they can, which they indeed can. That is a 3-point score to the Blue Alliance. Fire doing the same, lining up with that coral they just got from the coral station. As we had 10 seconds to go, Charlemagne already airborne. Here comes E-Man to join them on the Blue Alliance. Those 2 climbs each worth 12 points apiece. Red trying to get airborne. It looks like 1, maybe 2 robots were able to get up before the buzzer, and we'll see those final scores in just a second. $283 to 186 here. The Blue Alliance taking the win in this match as we move on through this xRC tournament. Okay. And now qualification match number 9. These alliances ready to roll. Starting us off on blue, it's Jacob 138-227, Perrin, and Tyler 1334. They're facing off against the red alliance of A2Z Gamer 0924, Eric 9033, and Celeste is cool. Here comes the countdown. These teams are going to be dropped back on their starting line and go for the scoring. Blue Alliance really quick to the reef there, but Red Alliance able to pull out that lead as more of their coral landed successfully. Blue Alliance right behind, though, 37-26, make that 44-30 as Autonomous ends. We're now in the teleoperated period, all 6 robots still flying across the field. For the Blue Alliance, Jacob 138-227, dropping the second algae of the match into that net. Those are 4 points apiece as we keep on going in this match. Tyler 1334 with a coral, helping the Blue Alliance quickly fill up L4 there. That's helping them build up those scores and hold just 13 points behind the Red Alliance. A gap that they can easily close with a couple well-timed scores or an end game later on in this match. Perrin of the Blue Alliance has a coral. This alliance really prioritizing that coral scoring, but with some opportunistic algae as available thanks to the work of Jacob. Jacob possibly lining up to get an algae as Perrin does a processor score, 6 points to blue for the processor, and then 4 for red as it lands in the Red Alliance net. That is one mechanic of this game to help with First's whole idea of cooperation. They have teams scoring in the processor to build their own alliance's score, but then that human player, or in this case a simulated launcher, can then go to score in the net. If they don't bounce out, it's 4 points to the opposing alliance. Eric 9033, they've got a coral now heading over to the reef to try and score. It appears they got it on L2, as this alliance seems to focus a lot on coral, with one playing opportunistic defense, A2Z Gamer, flying around on that side of the field, blocking off a coral station, as they possibly try to slow down this Blue Alliance. Red Alliance still holding a lead, but only by 10 points. If Red wants to win this, they need to hold that gap, as Blue keeps closing in. Only a 6 or a 4-point gap here. Red getting some more scoring going as they're trying to work it out as we have 20 seconds to go. Red holding that lead. They've held all match, but a strong endgame for Blue could very well swing it as endgames are worth up to 36 points. 10 seconds to go. Everyone's still focusing on those game pieces, but here comes the Blue Alliance. 1 is airborne, 2 are airborne. As some final scores going up for Jacob on the reef as the Red Alliance appears to have gotten a double hang. Final score now available 255-233. The Red Alliance is going to take it here. As we move on, they get some more bonus ranking points and overall score win points as this event keeps on rolling.
Couple of shout outs in chat, by the way. Thank you to Vixie for a $5 super chat. Saying they also love Gavin. Very much apparently. Gavin's very popular. BestCuber also becoming a fun member. Don't forget, if you become a fun member, you do get early access to our content and even ad-free content as well too for many of our uploads. And also to Vixie for another $1 super chat too. Thanks a lot.
With that, we're into double-digit matches. Match number 10 loading up. Starting on the Blue Alliance, it's Lumpy, Lyervent, and EBAC 09005. They're facing off against the Red Alliance of Nvixty, Abyss 1792, and Dare 7890. Here's the match. Robots dropping onto their starting lines. All 6 zipping around the field to build those scores. Blue Alliance getting the lead here as they've been able to score more coral onto their reef, but Red snatching a lead back as Autonomous ends 62 to 56 now, but Red quickly building that score higher, already cracking the 70s with just 2 minutes, with still 2 minutes to go. Red Alliance seeing their first incursions onto the Blue Alliance side of the field. That algae intake on the Red Alliance, that's Dare 7890. They've got an algae in their possession heading back to the processor. There it goes. It is launched up into the air with that stolen algae, now going to collect more of their own alliance's algae, as that appears to be the strategy this Red Alliance is taking. Counter to that, the Blue Alliance's strategy appears to be consisting of one thing: coral, coral, coral. All 3 robots on that alliance building up those coral scores. L4 appears to already be close to full for them as they work on L3 and L2, snapping on some coral there for 4 and 3 points, respectively. Red Alliance also cranking out some more coral scoring. 2 robots cycling that full speed. Those are Invixi and Abyss 1792. Building up more coral, and Abyss with an L2 for 3 points, as the Red Alliance has long since crested 200 points. Blue Alliance quickly closing in on 200 as we drop under 60 seconds to go. 255 to 181. Red Alliance has grown a rather sizable lead in this match, but the Blue Alliance still cranking away an incredibly high score as they keep on approaching that 200 milestone. Dare of the Red Alliance continuing back down into the blue side of the field. The automatic pin counter coming in, as you can see, with that red windup around the robot, but it does fade away as the pin is done. Red trying to sneak around. They have an algae and taking it back to their side of the field. Careful to switch to their cages to avoid the penalty of crossing the wrong cages for this match. 12 seconds to go. This match is almost done here. Red Alliance has broken 300 points. Blue Alliance going for those climbs. A quick double climb coming in. Those are Ebac Cole and Learvent. Blue Alliance getting another park as the match expires. There's those scores, 337 to 275 in match number 10. Red Alliance will be taking it. With that, it's my time to rotate off the mic. Please welcome to the microphone your next game announcer. It's Brennan.
Welcome, welcome. I'm excited to be here with fun. And yeah, we're going to get this match number 11 underway in just a second. On Blue Alliance, we got Just Jello, Brendan 7, and Michael. On Red Alliance, we got Small Hank and Skyblocker. And then Logan is going to be subbing in as a surrogate for the Red Alliance so that we can play a 3v3 matchup here. All right, everybody's ready. Everybody's on the field, and here we go. Autonomous period. All robots in action. Logan sub clearly linked here. Won't actually get any ranking points for this, but that means All Hank and Skyblocker are able to play with the teammate, and it is close out of auto, tied 48 to 48, as robots are now going to be scoring reduced points in Teleop. Similar robot compositions on both sides. Michael on the Blue Alliance going to deliver a algae. Skyblocker for the Red Alliance also getting an algae up in the net, good for 4 points each. Going to try and fill those up as much as possible. Nobody going for the processor right now. Meanwhile, we have Jello and Brendan 7 working on the Rust Hound robots, trying to score and fill up that reef with the coral. Near miss there, unfortunately, for Jello. Going to drop on the ground, but Michael's robot could potentially pick that up later on in the match. Meanwhile, on the other side, Logan Sub and Small Hank, the primary scoring robots on the coral reef for the Red Alliance, making their way. There's a lot of coral by that one Alliance substation. Dropped, unfortunately. The Rusthound's robot won't be able to pick that up, but Skyblocker could potentially transition to that later on for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, they're down, but not out. Still lots of time on the board to try and get something on the Red Alliance. Narrow this gap as we see Jello lining up for a L2, or L3 looks like, so that's good and scored. Michael putting another algae up, Skyblocker doing the same, and unfortunately overshot that net. Skyblocker gonna grab that algae and place that in the net immediately, trying to extend their lead here. 40 seconds to play. Still one more algae left to score on the field. Michael for the Blue Alliance trying to finish that one off, and it is great. Very successful score there. 30 seconds to go. Coming down to the final few seconds here as we're going to start to think about climbs, but everybody's still trying to maximize coral scoring. Got to get as many coral on that reef as possible. Red Alliance nearly breaking the 200 threshold as we come to the final 15 seconds. We see one red robot lining up, 10 seconds to go. Now the scramble happens for the scores. Logan pushing it super late here is going to be a tough one to get it up in time as he's going to be on the ground, not up off into the air. And that's going to do it for match number 11. All right, we have our score here, 224 to 194 for the Red Alliance, pulling off the win. And in that match, the bonus ranking points, only one bonus ranking point happening, and that's to the Blue Alliance. Alrighty, match number 12, keeping on with it. Blue Alliance, we have Noah PLWG1, E-Man 7199, and Celestis Cool versus Logan, his real match on red, Prince 1792 and Eton 1577. So Logan playing back-to-back matches here because of his sub status. Just probably wait for him to get all sorted out. Alright, looks like we have all robots on the field now. So we're going to get this match number 12 started. In 3, 2, 1, and go. Starting off with our autonomous period. 7 points coming in for each L4, the highest level for the Red and Blue Alliance. Very back and forth, but Blue with a slight edge. A little bit of a miss there from E-Man, and that gives Red Alliance the chance to come back a little bit. Only 1 point down coming out of autonomous as robots are going to clear that algae and try and score it into the processor for the Blue Alliance. Celeste is cool. Going to be the designated robot for that. Prince on the Red Alliance going to go directly into the net. The capabilities of the 1778 Sub-Zero robot on display there. Red Alliance, Eton, and Logan scoring some lower pieces, L1s and L2s to start. Trying to get that double cycle off, but doesn't get it off in time. You only have 3 seconds to execute that. That's a little bit different in sim than real life. You can hold 2 game pieces for 3 seconds. Blue Alliance a narrow lead here as they're really filling out that processor, trying to get the algae to start bouncing back out of the net, as the human player does lose accuracy over time, and we are seeing that start to happen as that one actually lands in, but the second one bounces out. And that's going to allow them to get 6-point scores very quickly. Red Alliance probably going to have to counteract that a little bit because their Blue Alliance could potentially start to run away with this with how those just ricochet out of the net, as it gets really tough when all of the algae is in one side of the net. And we see that reflected in the score, 232 to 208. Blue Lions starting to get a bit of a lead here. Lots of great scoring here from the two Blue Lions Coral robots, E-Man and Noah. Celeste, now that all the algae is done, going to move to Coral as well. Trying to fill out that whole reef as we're under 30 seconds to play. Red Alliance still looking for similar action here. Going to put one up in the processor is Logan. Struggles a little bit to get that out, but it is going to go up. Human player makes that one. Completely empty, wide open shot there. 10 seconds to go. Team's got to start thinking about the climbs. We see Celeste already up. Blue Alliance swinging in. Red Alliance pushing it late. And that is going to do it. So final results, 311 to 249 for the Blue Alliance. Noah earning 115 points of that Blue Alliance score.
So I give a shout out, by the way, in YouTube chat to BizGamer for a $5 super chat saying, even if he's not ranked number 1, can we put Gavin rank 1 because they love Gavin? And Navixie for a $2 super chat saying, for real, make Gavin Alliance number 1 captain. I'm sure there's no rigging that goes on here or anything. Thank you so much for the super chats.
All right, let's meet the players for match number 13. On blue, we have Omega Corrido, we have Perrin and RJ494. On red, we have Leorvent, Bront, and Dar. Looks like everybody's in the field, so we are gonna get this one underway. Autonomous period. Extra points, so critical, but 2 misses on the Red Alliance, a couple misses on the blue as well. Is going to be very close coming out of auto here, looks like. It's very evenly matched. Going to see 48 to 42 coming into Teleup as we see a reset from Perrin. Had to reset the robot. Went for a steal Omega, but Bront was there to protect the game piece from being extracted from the Red Alliance reef. So heads up play there, and that has brought it neck and neck as we're separated by only a couple points here early on in this match. See what these players decide to do is some of the algae ricochets outside the field. It does not get reintroduced in the sim, so those game pieces are kind of effectively lost to the void. So we see a score in the processor from Leorvent. Gonna try and get another one up and in for that Red Alliance as we are tied with 1 minute 30 to go. Omega looking for some algae. Gonna try and place that up into the net, get those direct 4 points. Meanwhile, Perrin and the other Blue Alliance member, RJ, trying to score some L4s, L3s, and L2s to fill up that reef. Both alliances still have plenty of scoring opportunities on the higher levels, and they will work their way down as Omega puts another one of those algae up into the Blue Alliance net. Leorvent trying to score, but it doesn't quite fall, and that's going to pass over to the Blue Alliance side. We'll see if they are going to pick that one up and put it in the net later. This Red Alliance just has a very narrow lead. It's been very close basically the whole match as we are coming down to the final few seconds here. Still only a couple places left on both sides of the reef. Not many more scoring opportunities left until we get to the level 1s. So we see a processor score there for the Blue Alliance, and now they're in the lead, but it is still anyone's game as it's going to flicker back and forth. Teams trying to score that last coral before they go for the climbs, which are going to make all the difference here in this match, as it has been really close affair the entire time. See an early climb lineup here for Leorvent, Red Alliance, other members pushing it later. Blue's going to start going, Red's going to start going. Can they get up off the ground? It is tight spaces there. We see 2 red robots, 3 red robots, and it looks like Red Alliance able to pull it out just at the end with the 3 robot climb, 277 to 263, a very close match, but Red Alliance taking that one. All right, match number 14 on Blue Alliance. We have Tyler 1334, eBack 9005, Charlemagne. And on red, we have Skyblocker, Just Jello, and Abyss 1792. Should be a good matchup as we get underway. We see the same kind of robot composition on both sides. I don't know, actually we see two of the 1778 robots on the Red Alliance, so slightly different. We'll see how that plays out for them. So Autonomous kind of ends here, and Blue Alliance, oh no, Red Alliance just squeaks out ahead at the end of Autonomous. We'll see what they can do in Telia. Charlemagne already on the net duty. Skyblocker also doing the same thing for the Red Alliance. As you see an unfortunate miss there for the Blue Alliance, but Red Alliance and Blue Alliance both scoring very, very well, very even so far. We should see maybe an advantage in the algae here, potentially from the Red Alliance with a slightly better composition for it, but the coral scoring for the Blue Alliance possibly a bit higher. So we'll see how that plays out as the match kind of continues. Tyler 1334 going to score an L3, good for a bunch of points there for the Blue Alliance. L2 coming in from eBack, and Charlemagne working the net for the Blue Alliance. And right now we have seen that play out. There's a few more algae for the Red Alliance currently, but definitely more coral scoring for the Blue Alliance for the time being. As we're seeing some more scoring and some defense as Jello's trying to steal one of those algae from the Blue Alliance, but Blue Alliance is not making it easy. Tyler scoops it up and is going to go drive to the other side of the field, potentially score that before... Yep, great score before Skyblocker was actually able to do anything about that blocking. And now, with all the algae gone, it comes down to coral, and Blue Alliance has a bit of a lead here. We'll see what they can do. If they can maintain that, or now that it's all coral, will we see Red Alliance catch back up? We see some L1 play from Charlemagne, trying to pre-prepare for that, and coral running out in those human player stations. There is a limited amount, so sometimes we do see alliances fully score every single coral on the field. It looks like we won't quite hit that level this match, but we do see Blue Alliance with a 20-point lead as we come to our final 10 seconds here. Team's looking for climbs. Only one climber left on the Red Alliance is going to put them at a little bit of a disadvantage, and we are going to see a final score there. Looking like Blue Alliance takes that 239 to 228. It's close throughout the entire match, but Blue with the win. All right, match number 15. We have A2Z Gamer, Jacob, and Brendan on the Blue Alliance, and over on the Red Alliance we have Gavin 2337, Cosinus Maximus, and Befit Parsley. Off to the races we go. Autonomous period. The Rust Hounds and Sub-Zeros trying to score. The Fit Parsley gonna try and pick up some of those lollipop algae, but didn't quite hit the scoring there, unfortunately. And Red Alliance gonna come out with a bit of a lead out of auto, but lots of time here for the Blue Alliance to come back as we see robots scrambling around the field. Trying to score some L4s is Brendan and A2Z Gamer. Meanwhile, Jacob for the Blue Alliance picking up those algae and is scoring into the net for a big 4 points. The Fit Parsley for the Red Alliance doing a similar job, starting to extend their lead over the Blue Alliance and work their way up, but a missed algae is going to slow some of that effort. We do see Blue Alliance scoring another L4. A2Z Gamer able to secure that one. as a L3 comes in from Brendan7, who's going to do the double coral strategy. They drag over 2 coral at the same time, and they have to execute that score really quick, enabling them to get a little bit more scoring done for that Blue Alliance. We see Maximus being played defense on by A2Z Gamer, but is able to get around it. Fortunately, double robot coral possession foul going on to Maximus there. Wasn't able to clear it out quick enough. But no problem. Red Alliance securely in the lead for the time being. So we see Befit Parsley grab another algae, plop that into the Red Alliance net for 4 points. Back and forth we go between these two alliances. Maximus looking for the L4 lineup, and it's good. 5 points for them. L1's going on for Gavin, trying to get that ranking point. The ranking points here are 9 game pieces on each level, so there is a lot of scoring that has to happen for that to happen for these alliances. Especially those L1s can be tricky, just like in real life. As we come to our final 10 seconds here, Climb's being pushed late from the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance already kind of in the zone, trying to get the second one up. Will they do it? Looks like it's good for both alliances. And that is going to do it for match number 15. All right, final score there, 240 to 163. 1 bonus ranking point earned by both of these alliances. Alrighty, so we got qualification match number 16 here over on the Blue Alliance. We have Fire 449, Lumpy, and Navixty. And on red, we have Eric 9033, C4678, and Small Hank. All right, here we go. Match number 16 underway. The back and forth of Autonomous starting. Small Hank for the Red Alliance going to play an algae role. Meanwhile, Lumpy for the Blue Alliance on the same robot, opting for Coral. So different stylistic changes, but a very slight lead here for the Blue Alliance coming out of it. Red Alliance a little bit ahead on algae, but Lumpy putting in work to try and match that speed of Small Hank. Back and forth, Fire and Navixty, both very competent Rust Hound players. They're going to be scoring the double cycle method, so you'll see them take 2 Coral and try and score them fast enough that they don't get penalized. And that has propelled Blue Alliance a little bit into the lead here. Eric and C4678, though, also very respectable players. Gonna try and finish out that L4 there for Curtis, C4678, and Eric speeding along, just scoring some of those lower ones. Just over a minute to play. Lumpy trying to score the last algae on the field. It is going to go into the net, and now it is all about the Coral. We see 2 pickups from Small Hank. Going to place them L1. The Sub-Zero robot is a little bit more efficient at scoring those L1s, so they're going to focus on that while their partners score the L2, 3, and 4s. Red bringing this back a little bit, but still some work to do as Blue Alliance is trying to lock them out and secure this match win as we have under 40 seconds to play. This may be a match we're running out of coral. The Blue Alliance nearly out of coral in that one loader station. Red actually out on the other. So we are very close to having no coral left on the field. So we're coming down to our final 20 seconds. We see some defensive play by Navixty, but he is going to get fouled for that. He's going to slow down the Blue Alliance, but you want to avoid those fouls as much as possible. And it has brought Red Alliance very close here as the final 10 seconds come. They're in the lead with the climbs, but it is a 1-point lead as it flickers back and forth. Will they get the park? Will they get the score? And oh no, looks like some of the climbs ended up not counting at the very end for the Red Alliance. So that's going to give a Blue Alliance victory here, 280 to 263. Job well done from the Blue Alliance there. All right, match number 17 preview here. On the Blue Alliance, we have Perrin, Michael, and then Logan subbing for Exoia. On the... actually, probably we don't have Logan subbing because he's on Red Alliance. E-Man 7199, Logan, and Ebat 5. Alrighty, so we have a sub coming in just for the Blue Alliance, Exoia, and they're probably just going to get set up here in just a moment. All right, looks like we got all 6 members. Fire is going to be subbing for this matchup. And we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Auto period, triple Rust Hounds for red, double Rust Hounds, and the Sub-Zero for blue. Should be a close match here as Auto... Only a 4-point separation there between these two alliances. We're going to jump into Teleop. Michael for the Blue Alliance. Going to be able to place into the net for that alliance. Meanwhile, Red does not have a robot that's actually capable of doing that. At least not easily. So we are going to probably see a decent algae deficit here for the Red Alliance. But... what they lack in algae scoring, they can make up potentially through the coral scoring. So we're going to see them start to place those into the processor for the Red Alliance. Logan doing a good job there, trying to start to overfill that Blue Alliance net. See what they can do is neck and neck, 3 points, 4 points, separating these two alliances. So we see some good scoring from both sides. Another algae gonna go up. Blue Alliance trying to steal one. They do have one, but they do get fouled for it. They're gonna put one up and in. As fire tipped up on the algae, gonna have to reset. That does incur a little bit of a foul point, so that's gonna help the Red Alliance a little bit here as we see a bounce out already for the Red Alliance. We'll see if they can capitalize on that. It's gonna go through the Blue Alliance zone. Unfortunately, Logan gets fouled for that. Gonna go all the way around, pick up that algae. 13-point lead here for the Red Alliance, but still 40 seconds to play. One left of the algae over on the blue side, as robots are now focusing exclusively on the coral, but Logan has seen that. He's going to try and grab it, getting caught up in a blue robot sandwich. He's trying to run that one down, isn't quite able to get it, but does get it eventually. 18-point lead now for the Red Alliance, under 20 seconds to play. Still need to score as much coral as they possibly can. Still some L2s available for both alliances. Some L1 scoring happening as well. Under 10 seconds. Looking for the climbs. Red can triple climb as they're trying to get locked on. Can they get up off the ground in time? It was really close at the end. Not sure which ones counted, but we'll look at the final score in just a sec. Which is 302 to 278. Match MVP Fire with 97 points. All right, match number 18. We have the Blue Alliance Tyler 1334, Eton 1577, and Noah. And for Red Alliance, we have Gavin, Omega, and Abyss. Strong players on both sides. And we'll get this one started in right now. We got the Mexican hat for Omega trying to score their first algae, and they do place it up into the net. See the coral scoring from Eton on the same robot, and that is going to give Blue Alliance a slight lead out of auto as Abyss looked like he needed to reset, not sure why. Gonna help the Blue Alliance a little bit. Going for the steal here is Omega. Oh, just not quite able to pull it off. It was so close. But good awareness there for the Blue Alliance and protecting their reef. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Eton going across, gonna plow through all of those algae. Does get fouled for the zone foul around the reef, but does steal two of those algae, places them up into the net so quickly. And going for a third now. So we see Omega for the Red Alliance doing the exact same thing. Great placement there. Keeping Red Alliance in this one. It is close, folks. L4 completed for the Blue Alliance. Still some work to do for the Red Alliance. They still have some score potential. Is going for another steal, but once again, Noah is wise to the tricks. Knows what's up. Eton trying to score is unfortunately a bit of a miss, but they have a whole bunch of algae right next to that Blue Alliance barge, and surely they're going to be able to place those ones up into the net for those 4-point scores each. Meanwhile, on Red Alliance, it's all about the coral. Abyss and Gavin working together to fill up the reef, and Ricardo, or Omega, going for the L1s, filling up the reef as well. Remember, they need 9 on each level to try and get that ranking point, so L1s are super critical, especially in qualification matches. Blue Alliance starting to work on L1s, but they're a little bit behind on the reef. So we're coming down to a final 20 seconds left, about a 20-point lead here for the Blue Alliance. Still an L4 available for the Red Alliance. We'll see if they notice. Looks like not quite. They're going to have to go for the climbs instead, leaving that one left. And ooh, an unfortunate foul there for Abyss. Going to try and bump the climb to try and mess it up. And that's going to do it. So Blue Alliance taking that one 292 to 250 as our final score. All right, match number 19, A2Z Gamer, Prince, and RJ on your Blue Alliance. And over on your Red Alliance, we have Charlemagne, Lumpy, and Brendan 7.
Closer than your heart when the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady. Close your eyes, think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need it. When the darkness comes and we're overcome, yeah, I need it. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
All right, match number 19 getting started here. All robots in the field and moving. And as autonomous period, everybody going for those L4s worth 7 points each. Extra 2 points if they can do it in autonomous period rather than teleop. And it's going to come out tied 37-37 between these two alliances, red and blue. As Lumpy for the Red Alliance immediately going for the algae into the net play, where Blue Alliance does not have an algae net capable robot, so they're going to be focusing a little bit more on the coral and the processor play to make up the difference. Brendan 7 and Charlemagne both scoring coral for the Red Alliance, doing L4s and L3s respectively. Meanwhile, RJ puts up an L3. L4 coming in here for Prince 1792. Double cycle, not quite off in time for RJ, but still is going to score both of them. Fortunately, getting the foul for that one. And another foul for A2Z Gamer. Unfortunately, the protected zone claiming another victim, as we cannot be touching the red robots while they're in the Red Alliance Reef protected zone. Another net placement here for Lumpy, trying to close out all of the red-sided algae. And looks like they're going to move to the Blue Alliance and start stealing those algae, filling up that red net as full as possible. And now it is the coral game. Trying to get those ranking points, the 9 on each level. So we see the defensive play from A2Z Gamer, trying to disrupt the Red Alliance as much as possible, playing right near the edge, not getting any fouls. Great job from them. Prince and RJ doing a great job of scoring over for the Blue Alliance as their reef is nearly full. Same for the Red Alliance, still a few more coral to score as we come to our final 20 seconds. Red Alliance with a healthy lead at this point. But everyone trying to get as many ranking points as possible, as we're going to see some climbs start to come in as robots align and we take our eyes to the cages. So the final 3 seconds left. Can the robots get off the ground? We see 1 for blue, 2 for red. just as the buzzer beater goes. And our final score here, 273 to 200. Red Alliance taking that one, nearly breaking the 300 mark. All right, qualification match number 20 here at xToF. On the Blue Alliance, we have Navixty, Small Hank, and Just Jello. On the Red Alliance, we have Bront 3620, Fire 449, and Jacob 138227. All right, here we go. Autonomous period. Over on the Red Alliance, Fire is our current number 2 seed. Navixity on Blue Alliance, our number 3. So 2v3 playing in this matchup has some strong ranking implications as we end Autonomous with Blue a little bit ahead, but still a lot to play for here as it is going to be important for this matchup. Going to see a lot of coral scored from Bront and Fire, putting up the big points, trying to settle it in their manipulator and score it onto those L3s. Meanwhile, Jacob and on the Blue Alliance, Small Hank, primarily playing the algae role for their alliances, trying to put up as many points as they can in the net, as Jello's trying to align for the Blue Alliance. Great score there, L4 for 5 points. Algae quickly making its way off the field, but it looks like Blue Alliance Small Hank has done a little bit more scoring than the Red Alliance of Jacob. We'll see if Blue Alliance can go to the other side and start potentially stealing some of these algae that are still left on the ground, or whether Red Alliance can secure those. And we see one rolling right to the blue barge immediately. Small Hank pouncing on that. Gonna drop that into the barge, no problemo. And potentially getting a second one, but here comes Jacob trying to disrupt this scoring. It is in their manipulator, but it could fall out. It is going back and forth, trying to draw that foul, trying to make their way around. It is a defensive battle over on the Red Alliance side. Meanwhile, we have plenty of scoring on the Red and the Blue Alliance side. Navixi doing a double cycle. Small Hank eventually made it through, drew the foul, and placed that into the net. Big advantage now for the Blue Alliance. Off of that is unfortunately a D score on the Red Alliance. You have to rescore that one. Under 30 seconds to play here. Still anyone's game. Climbs can make a big difference at the end of the match. Ranking implications in the balance. It's Blue Alliance trying to secure this one. Going for the climbs now. Navixity playing it super late here. 4 seconds to go. Just not going to go for the climb at all, basically. Tries to get it, but time is going to expire before he can get up off the ground. All right, final results there. 249 to 224. Blue Alliance with the victory. Alrighty, and I'd like to reintroduce Nick back to the mic. Welcome back. Excited to see you again, and you'll take away the next few matches here.
Great to be back. Thank you very much, Brennan. Here's that team lineup for match number 21. Starting us off on the Blue Alliance is Eric 9033, joined by Dare 7890 and Skyblocker. They're facing off against the Red Alliance of C 4678, Celeste is Cool, and Befit Parsley. As those robots spin around, here's the countdown and the match. All 6 robots working on that scoring. 3 coral up on L4 for each alliance, and it's all tied up at 30. But Blue Alliance now able to take off a lead as they keep on scoring more and more in this match. 2 algae up for each alliance as Autonomous winds down, 64 to 61 towards Red. Blue Alliance and Red jockeying back and forth. It is tight at the moment as this match keeps on ticking. On that Blue Alliance, Sky Blocker with the Algae intake. They've got an Algae in their possession, going to score in the net. As for the Red Alliance, C4678 does the same. 4678 going to grab that Algae, take it to the net, and drop it off. It tipped off just a bit earlier. They now enter over towards the Blue Alliance side of the field, rather opting to go back to their own side, grabbing an Algae off of the reef and taking it up to the net for those 4 points. This is a tight match, only 1 point separating our teams, 124 to 123. Now some more scoring that's changing, still incredibly tight overall, and this match could go either way. Dare 7890 and Eric 9033, both members of that Blue Alliance, really cementing the same kind of scoring we've seen earlier, really prioritizing that coral, but then Skyblocker diverting to go keep on scoring those Algae, as Dare and Eric keep on with the coral. Every coral is important here. With a score this tight, those 3 winning ranking points could go either way. Celeste is cool over by the Red Alliance reef, dropping off that coral if they can. It looks like they got it onto possibly L3. If so, that would be 4 points to the Red Alliance. Their alliance partner, Befit Parsley, doing the same in that coral cycling role, scoring more coral onto the reef as nearly all branches have been filled for both alliances and all Algae are off the field. It may be down to that L1 trough as Blue Alliance holds a 15-point lead. 13-point lead now. Red Alliance quickly closing the gap as Blue trying to establish it. 20 seconds to go. This comes down to endgame possibly. Blue does have a lead, but Red could swing it with a lot of last-second coral or with some action on those cages. 10 seconds to go, and everyone's trying to crank up those coral scores. But at 5 seconds, first robot in the air for the Red Alliance. Could we make that 2? Not quite, but with 2 blue robots in the air, that could be 24 additional points to their alliance. And there we go with the final scores, 275 to 253, with a shout out to Eric 9033 for setting the highest individual score of the match.
Way less. My crew the best.
Now we're getting ready to load match number 22 on that Blue Alliance. There's 3 teams lined up. Starting it off, it's the Lyervent, joined by Logan and Brendan7. They're facing off against the Red Alliance of Cosinus Maximus, Lumpy, and Tyler 1334. Here's the countdown, and robots are rolling. Autonomous period moving now, all 6 robots building up those scores. Red Alliance with a bit of a lead here, but Blue could easily turn that around with how early in the match we are. There they go with the turnaround, Blue holding the lead at the end of the autonomous period, 44 to 39, just a 5-point margin of the lead. Onto that Blue Alliance, Logan has a coral in their possession, going to the reef and getting it onto L1. That L1 score will be worth 2 points and also stay out of the way of the actual branches of the reef, which are worth more points and could swing the match later on. First Algae scores going up. It seems the Red Alliance is doing more of that thanks to the work of Lumpy, grabbing the last Algae available off the Red Alliance reef. Now going for a pseudo-Algae steal, 1 roll towards the Red Alliance side from the Blue Alliance side of the field. Now Red going for a full-blown Algae steal thanks to Lumpy. Each of those steals are able to take points both by giving your Alliance 4 points, as well as taking away points from the Blue Alliance, as they can no longer score. Brendan7 trying to return the favor and steal some Algae from the Red Alliance, scoring them up into Blue at 4 points piece to try and cement those scores, but Red really holding the lead here, in part thanks to the constant coral grinding of Tyler 1334 and Cosinus Maximus. That margin of lead now growing to 34 points, 166 to 135 now. On that Blue Alliance, Brendan7 with some of the last Algae cycling. There's only 1 remaining on the field, hanging on the back of the Blue Alliance reef, facing the driver's station. There they go, Brendan7 has it, taking it up high. It's going to be worth 4 points right there, as Algae is done, and this becomes fully a coral match with 33 seconds to go. Red about to crest 200 points, 199 to 164 right now. There's Red, 202 points on the board. Blue Alliance keeping on building their score as we get 20 seconds to go. Lyervent and Logan keeping on their coral cycling. They're trying to keep it as close with Red as they can as the first Red bot goes airborne. It appears that may be the only climb we're going to see in these final 5 seconds, as hanging in the air, Cosinus Maximus for 12 points, joined by their partner, Tyler 1334, as time expires. 248 to 204 towards the Red Alliance in that match, with the highest individual scores going to Tyler 1334, Cosinus Maximus, and Lumpy, each in the low 80s. Match 23 now getting ready to roll. We've got 6 teams lined up to go, so let's look through them. Starting off on blue, it's Small Hank, joined by Abyss 7. Match is rolling now. All 6 teams flying off the line for Autonomous. First algae pulled off of the reef by Abyss 1792, quickly tossed to the floor as it rolls towards the red side of the field. Red going to take advantage of that, grabbing it off the floor to go score. As we enter the teleoperated period, they weren't quite able to snatch it, but now in teleop, they can cross that line of the red barge zone. So there they go, 4 points to the Red Alliance, thanks to the quick cycling work of Omega Surdo. Omega Surdo going to grab another algae if they can, lining up with it on the floor, and there it is. It's running on over to the net, trying to get it lined up for those points. Those will be 4 more points to the Red Alliance, who does need them as the Blue Alliance starts establishing a lead, 122 to 85. Now Red Alliance robot down on the blue side of the field. That's A2Z Gamer. They do need to be careful of those zone penalties, as touching a blue robot that is already in that zone can be an issue. Abyss 1792 going in to grab a coral, trying to cycle another. They've got one loaded in their robot, running over to the reef to drop it off. L3, there it goes. Constantly cycling that coral station to reef, back and forth, over and over again, joined by their alliance partner, EE-Man 2357. 55 seconds to go, 227 to 148 now. Blue Alliance holding a lead in this match. 50 seconds to go with lots of scoring changes coming in as this match keeps on rolling. For the Red Alliance, Fire 449, trying to get a coral onto L4. That'll be good. That's a 5-point score for the Red Alliance, assuming it stays there. They're gonna go get another. Each of those being 5 points, as A2Z Gamer still having some trouble with those zone defense penalties. They're still trying to slow this Blue Alliance down, but now appear to possibly be hooked on a Blue Alliance deep cage. They are now being moved out of the way by those other alliances, and they are back as Red, playing some defense on the Blue Alliance side with 6 seconds to go. First airborne, Abyss 1792, joined by E-Man 2357. For the Red Alliance, Fire 449 appear to be in the air at the expiration of a match play. 342 to 196 towards the Blue Alliance in that match. A match MVP going to Fire 449 of the Red Alliance, who scored 121 solo points. Seconded by Abyss 1792 of the Blue Alliance. Let's keep things rolling. Match 24. On blue, we have Brat 3620, Eric 9033, and Etan 1577. Facing off against the Red Alliance of Ebac 0 9005, Michael, and Prince 1792. Yet another autonomous period. All 6 robots working on those scores here. Both up to 30 points now as they keep on scoring. Red Alliance possibly getting the first algae in the net. 55 points for Red at this point as we enter the teleoperated period. 65 to 64, only a 1-point margin towards that Blue Alliance. Eton 1577 conducting some algae stealing. They've got one off the floor of the Red Alliance side of the field, going for a second if they can. They've got their claw around it, and they're going to the net. There it is. That'll be 4 points to the Blue Alliance. Eton 1577 going back to their home side of the field to score some of that homegrown algae as this match keeps on clicking. Blue Alliance holding a lead 133 to 120, 141 to 121 now, a 20-point margin. 2 full send coral cyclers, Eric 9033, taking a coral up to L3. That's a 4-point score, now dropping off on L2 for 3 points as that most powerful L4 is mostly full. Those 5-point apiece slots mostly done as Blue holds that lead. Red doing some more algae work now, thanks to the work of Michael, driving around the field. Near that cage, though, that barge zone, they've got an algae in their possession once again, going up to the net. That'll be 4 more points. Both these alliances really taking on that 1 algae, 2 coral cycler strategy here. As for the Red Alliance, Prince 1792 and Ebac both cycling coral as fast as they can. Looks like Michael may be joining them in that job, especially as all the algae are now off the field. This is a coral-only match now, with 30 seconds to go, as the clock turns yellow to notate the approaching end. 239 to 241 to 207 now towards the Blue Alliance. It is tight, only about 35-ish points as we had 15 seconds to go. All the coral scoring flying in for these robots. But the first lineup for climbs coming in. Prince 1792 is in the barge zone and click to a cage. They're airborne for 12 points. Looks like Ebac is able to do the same as Blue gets 2 climbs, Bronx 3620 and Eric 9033 as time expires. Sure enough, those are your official scores. 283 to 233. Blue Alliance taking it with Eric 9033 putting up 117 individual points.
Drinking Kool-Aid cameras like I did when I was 9, 'cause I like to pretend that I haven't lost the time. In the end, the nostalgia, though it tastes fine, I can only drink a couple 'cause it feels like a lie. We play.
Now here we go, match 25. Starting us off on the Blue Alliance, it's xYoa being played by Logan, joined by Cosinus Maximus and Nvixty. On the Red Alliance, they're facing Celeste is Cool, Perrin, and Just a Jello. Here's the countdown and some cool robot demos. All 6 robots now moving for this match. 16 to 16, both scores building up quickly as they often do in the autonomous period. Coral lining up. Logan as the substitute, going up to try and drop off a coral if they can. Able to get him onto L4. That'll be 5 points to Blue as we are now in the teleoperated period. On the Red Alliance, 76 points on the board, 75 for Blue. It's tight. Only 7 points now separating these teams, and that margin keeps on changing. This is set to be a tight match, and it'll be tough to tell who's going to win until the very final points are in. Blue Alliance taking a bigger lead now, 110, but Red Alliance catching right on up. Celeste is Cool, has a coral there along with working with Just Jello. Both are cycling those coral on to the reef as quickly as they can, as the Blue Alliance lead is slowly growing, but certainly not insurmountable at only 13 points right now. Their alliance partner Perrin doing some algae work, but facing some defense from Logan, who subbed in for Exioa. Logan blocking off that processor, preventing Perrin from being able to score that algae, as Perrin's robot does not have the ability to score directly into the net. Logan moves away and Perrin's able to sneak it right on in. There it goes. That's going to be 4 points for the Blue Alliance and 6 for Red. Back on the blue side of the field, and Vixie and Cosinus Maximus both working to build up that Coral score, which seems to be working as they keep holding that lead in the match, growing it to about 30 points now. But here comes Perrin, playing some opportunistic defense on the Blue Alliance, slowing them down. As the Blue Alliance net getting incredibly full, that might be the difference in this match, as the margin of this game is relatively small. As we had 25 seconds to go, both reefs pretty full already, as some defense coming in further, before teams now returning to their own sides of the field respectively. 15 seconds to go, and those Coral are all the rage. All the algae are scored in the blue net, so it's only Coral or Endgame, which with 6 seconds to go, we may see our first climbs coming in. Pareem is up for Red, as is just Jello. And one team falls out of the world. Normally you don't see the laws of physics broken in FRC, but xRC, that is fair game. Blue Alliance taking it 283 to 242. Let's keep this exciting event rolling with match number 26. In this one, we'll see Noah PLWG1, Jacob 138-227, and C 4678 making up the Blue Alliance, facing off against Charlemagne, Dara 7890, and RJ 494 of the Red Alliance. Sorry for the delay. It sounds like one of our competitors' power went out, but they've been able to restore that connection, and here we go with Autonomous. Time winding down, 44-37 at this point, as the last scores go up for the Autonomous period. 55-44 for the Red Alliance, as all 6 robots keep on that scoring. RJ494 has a coral for the Red Alliance, cycling those coral, serving that as their sole purpose and a very critical role, keeping that Red Alliance's lead of 12 points. Charlemagne playing the same role for them there, lining up to score. That'll be a 3-point score due to its placement on L2. Dare7890 serving as an algae cycler, reaching down towards one of the preset lollipops, running around their alliance partner RJ494. They've got an algae, but opting to score in the processor as it goes through for 6 points to red, goes up to the blue net, and does bounce out of the field. It is floating in the middle of black space. As I have mentioned before, the laws of physics do not apply to xRC. C4678 has a coral on the Blue Alliance. Doesn't quite go on the branch they wanted, but it stays in L1, so that'll still be 2 points to their alliance. Both of their other alliance partners, those being Jacob and also Noah, cycling some more coral for themselves, as they do manage to draw a penalty from Dare7890, who did get a little bit too close to their reef, and they were able to hit them while being in that hexagon taped off area. As a reminder, that is a protected zone, and teams need to be careful with what happens there. 30 seconds to go, 223-194. It is still pretty tight here. Red Alliance definitely with a relatively firm lead, but Blue has plenty of routes to swing that, be that a strong level of coral scoring or some endgame climbs. 15 seconds to go, and coral is everything right now, but here comes our first climb. That appears to be Charlemagne going up to possibly climb. That'll be 12 points if they get airborne. As with these final 3 seconds, RJ494 is airborne for red, and C4678 locks down a climb for blue as time expires. 258-241 towards the Red Alliance. Now we're lined up for match number 27. On the Blue Alliance, it's Befit Parsley, Lyervent, and Small Hank facing off against the Red Alliance's Skyblocker, Gavin 2337, and Logan, this time in his real account. Here's the countdown and the autonomous period. That robot that was climbed on the net is back to the floor. Seems like both of these alliances really focusing on that coral, but we do have an algae specialist kind of coming in on the Red Alliance. That's Sky Blocker, grabbing a second algae to take to the net, each of those being 4 points. They're also becoming secure from any possible stealing, as once they're up there, they can't be removed. Seems like Small Hank had a similar idea for the Blue Alliance, taking some algae up to the net to score them more. A bit of a free spin for Gavin 2337. They do recess. There was possibly some sort of bug going on. As a reminder, these robots are all in the computer and can have some kinds of issues for these things. Minute 40 to go. It is still a tight match. 108-121 now. Red Alliance getting a lead there. There was a tie at 108 points for just a split second there. This match is neck and neck. That Blue Alliance has 2 coral specialists building up their score. Lyervent and Befit Parsley both scoring coral as their full-time role. Small Hank taking away the algae. Small Hank, speaking of, coming in for that last algae steal if they can get it, but they're fighting with Skyblocker, who really doesn't want that steal to go through. Small Hank able to corner the algae, not quite able to get it, and there they go. Algae steal successful. That'll be 4 points to the Blue Alliance, and furthermore, 4 points the Red Alliance can't score. Blue Alliance closing that gap. 10-point margin now, smaller than the earlier ones we had seen. All 6 of these robots still scoring. Logan, Gavin, 2337, and Skyblocker all cycling those Coral on the Red Alliance. Keeping those scores high as we hit 30 seconds to go. Red's about to crack 200 points. Looks like Blue could do the same. There's Red, 202 to Blue's 182. They have grown their margin to about 20 points, but here comes Blue on a run to shrink that right back down. 15-ish seconds to go. First climbs coming in for the Blue Alliance. It looks like Liar Vent lined up with a cage. If they can get up in these next 3 seconds, that'll be 12 points. There they go. As what appears to be a double climb for Red at the expiration of match play. 240 to 222 towards the Red Alliance, holding that score up high. But on the Blue Alliance, Befit Parsley had the highest individual score of this match at 92.
Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind.
Match 28 now loaded up here in xRC. Starting on that Blue Alliance, we're going up with Cosinus Maximus, Just Jello, and Eric 9033. They're facing off against the Red Alliance, Eton 1577, Xioa, and Fire 449. Here comes the countdown. 3, 2, 1, and go! That blue entanglement is released. As one thing to be aware of, Xioa has been swapped out. Logan will be subbing in to play the match in their place. As Auto now keeps rolling, we enter the teleoperated period. 57 to 57, but Red Alliance getting that bump there, now 66 to 57. Scores constantly changing, and Red pulling off a bit of a lead now, but not by much as Blue works to hold it. Eton taking on an Algae Steel Roll. We've seen them play a lot today, dropping off their third Algae for the Red Alliance, snatching another out of the Barge Zone. Those will be another 4 points additionally, twisting around a cage as they keep on stealing those Algae, locking in points both for their alliance as well as points that the Blue Alliance simply cannot gain access to. Once those Algae are in the net, they are out of match play. So stealing is an incredibly valuable, up to net 8-point scoring option for these teams. 147 to 127, minute 22 to go in this match. Eton continuing with that Algae work as the Blue Alliance, fully every member prioritizing that Coral scoring, cranking out those Coral scores as fast as they can. L4 already pretty full. The rest of the levels coming in pretty shortly as well. Fire 449. They've got a Coral in their possession. Just dropped one, but they swap up another, pushing an Algae into the processor, where it goes in for 6 points, then becomes the first Algae scored into the blue net for 4. Also on that Red Alliance, Logan subbing in to keep on scoring. Got a Coral and driving it on over to the reef. Not quite able to get it back in there though, as Eton gets a bit stuck, but able to free themselves back to the floor. 30 seconds to go. Red Alliance has held that lead the entire match, but it has never been that large. Certainly a significant lead, but not insurmountable when you consider that a triple deep climb is 36 points here, and some Coral scoring could adjust these numbers in these final few seconds. Blue Alliance all lined up with the cages, Just Jello already airborne, joined by Eric 9033. Can the Cosinus get airborne? They can. That's a 36-point bump to the Blue Alliance, but Red able to get some of those climbs coming in as time expires. Sure enough, that is the final score. 275 to 245. Red taking the win here, but Eric 9033 of the Blue Alliance just narrowly taking most points scored, beating by 2 points Fire 449 of the Red Alliance. We're entering match number 29 and approaching the end of my rotation on GA. Hear Brennan back here in just a couple more matches, but let's focus on the now rather than the future. Starting off on blue, we've got Celeste is Cool, Jacob 138-227, and Charlemagne. Facing off against Abyss 1792, Ebac 09005, and Brendan 7. Here's another match here. 2:25 to go. Auto is still in play now. These teams working for those bonus points as things are worth more in the autonomous period if they can be scored then. For example, that L4 that just went up from Ebac will be 7 points because it was scored in auto. But now this Coral on L4 going up from Brendan 7 is only going to be 5 points because it is now the tele-operated period. Brendan 7 now moving to Algae Cycling for the Red Alliance as Jacob goes to the same for Blue. Abyss Cycling Coral quickly joined by Ebac. They're focusing as the Coral Cyclers, leading to a rather common strategy we've seen a lot this season, with having 1 Algae robot and 2 Coral robots. Brendan now going over to possibly steal some Algae, playing some opportunistic defense and costing Celeste is Cool a few seconds. But in matches that are only 2 minutes 15 seconds long, those few seconds can be a significant bump in the road. We're now at 83 seconds to go, 152 to 114. Red Alliance certainly pulling a lead here, but Blue is very much so still in it. That is absolutely a lead that could change given any number of factors here in this match. All 3 Blue Alliance robots, 2 Blue Alliance robots focusing on Coral, Charlemagne, and now onto Coral duty as Celeste is Cool is holding an Algae in their possession. Going up to L4, not quite getting the lineup. There it is, 5 points as they drop off an Algae in the processor for 6. It really seems like these alliances are prioritizing Coral as we have 40 seconds to go, with 6 Algae sprawled across the ground on this field. Red Alliance still holding that lead, 217 to 170. Never mind, 221 to 177. These scores bouncing around as we have 30 seconds to go. A penalty is called on Abyss 1792, possibly for some pinning or other activities, as they keep on contacting Charlemagne's bumpers. But then Charlemagne breaks into that hexagon, able to draw a foul. Abyss 1792 returning the favor with their own barge zone, using it for a foul. As going airborne, Ebac goes up, as does Abyss for the Red Alliance. Blue has Charlemagne in the air. Possibly Celeste is Cool as time expires. 275 to 227. The Red Alliance taking this win, with Ebac scoring the most points of anyone in that match at 100 points. Six more teams loaded in here. Starting on the Blue Alliance, we've got the alliance of Michael, Skyblocker, and Noah PLWG1, facing the Red Alliance of Dare 7890, A2Z Gamer 0924, and Lumpy. Big match number 30 now. Autonomous rolling and an algae score already. That's Skyblocker getting a second as they keep on building up those scores. Red Alliance focusing on Coral at this point as we enter the teleoperated period. Red's Coral strategy appears to be paying off so far. 62-54 for the Red Alliance, holding now a 16-point lead. Blue working to quickly crank in and keep building up those scores. Skyblocker focusing on algae for that Blue Alliance, but some algae has gone up for Red. That could be from the Blue Alliance processor or from Red scoring algae deliberately, as Blue is starting to close that gap now, back down from its initial peak coming out of the autonomous period. Only a 10-point, now 11-point separation between these alliances. 2 points now, Blue really closing in and possibly almost taking the lead. They're jockeying for the lead, 1-point lead there to the Blue Alliance. They have reclosed down that gap they once had, now pulling off a lead as the teleoperated period is possibly going better for that Blue Alliance. Noah going on Coral cycling duty. Looks like Michael is doing the same, as every algae is now gone from the Blue Alliance side of the field. Red has a few remaining, but it's going to be tough. It could be a nice way to score some points in the processor for them, because they're putting them in for 6 points. But with the orientation of those algae in the net, it is unlikely they will stay up there, allowing the Red Alliance to keep scoring 6 points every time they get them. Blue trying to prevent that as Skyblocker drops off an algae into the net for 4 points. 38 seconds to go. It is tight, 188-186, towards the all tied up at 188. It is tight and high scoring. These teams are about to cross 200 in lockstep, and it is tricky to tell who's going to take it here. Red Alliance taking a small lead now, 4 points as we hit the 20 seconds to go. In Real Reefscape, that would be our pings for the end game. As teams keep on scoring those Coral, and Red pulls away a 7-point lead. Blue trying to keep it tight, trying to get airborne as Blue gets some of the climbs coming in. Red doing the same to try and hold their win as time expires. 237 to 226 is your score there. Red Alliance taking the lead as Lumpy scores the most points of anyone in that match at 112, followed closely by Noah at 109. Now we'll pass it on over to our next game announcer. Please welcome back to the mic, Brennan.
Thank you. Let's see match number 31 here. We got 3 players, C4678, Gavin 2337, and Perrin on blue. On red, we have Prince 1792, Liorvent, and Omega Cerdo. Jumping right into the action here as Autonomous goes. You're going to see all 3 robots on both sides try and score as much as possible. The only Sub-Zero is going to be C4678 for your Blue Alliance, and they have a phenomenal Autonomous period. 58 points to 42. Red not too far behind. We're going to see teleoperated period now. Similar kinds of scoring, just a little bit less points. Some processor play coming in here from Blue Alliance, while Blue is also doing the net, so a little bit of both. Somewhat different from what we've seen in here in previous matches at xToF. Omega Cerdo gonna put one into the processor. Human player makes the shot. His first ones are not too bad, but as the net starts to get full, those shots can become more and more tricky. We'll see how that plays out throughout the match. Blue Alliance with a fairly healthy lead here early on with 1 minute 30 left to play. Prince and Liorvent working on that reef, trying to score Coral, fill out all those different levels, L3, L2, L1, and a couple L4s left as well for that Red Alliance. C4678 mixing it up with the defense, but gets tipped over and dragged into the zone. Gonna get reset, and we'll see what they decide to do. Go back right onto defense or go to scoring. Gonna try and steal this algae. Looks like they are successful. Red Alliance bringing the gap back a little bit here. So we're going to see them try and continue to fill out that reef. Now working on the L3s. One L4 remaining for that Red Alliance. We'll see if they can clean that one up as well. So Processor has scored and it bounces back. That's a good sign for the Red Alliance, as Blue Alliance isn't going to be earning those 4 points back that they would normally get. And instead, they're going to get 6 points per algae in the Processor, which can be huge, as it is actually the highest scoring game option, even more than L4 in Teleop. 14 seconds to go. Team's going to start thinking about climbing here as they score their last couple pieces. We see Perrin and Gavin for the Blue Alliance going to go climb. All three red robots trying to get up off the ground. It's close, and it looks good. But Blue is going to take that one 297 to 248. All right, match number 32 on the Blue Alliance. We have your number 1 seed, undefeated, perfect ranking points, E-Man 7199, with Befit Parsley and Bront 3620. And against them, it's going to be Tyler 1334, RJ 494, and your number 2 seed, only 2 ranking points behind, Navixty. So another heavyweight matchup here for the top of the leaderboard. We'll see how this plays out. Everybody on Rust Hounds, no Sub-Zero to be found, which means we're going to see a lot of Coral and not a lot of Algae play. But Red Alliance jumping out to a fantastic autonomous period, but Blue comes back right at the end, tying it up 62 to 62. We jump into Teleop, a bit of a miss there from Befit Parsley on the Blue Alliance. That Algae being a little bit tricky. You see a bunch of Algae play here. Double cycling from RJ and Navixty. And it looks like E-Man's doing the same thing. Bront gonna do single cycles. Oh, no, actually doing double cycles as well. Everything's on the line here for that number 1 seed. Is unfortunately not quite quick enough there is Bront. Gonna get that foul, and Red taking a little bit of a lead here. They've got a few more Algae done at this point. We'll see if they can continue to extend their lead or whether or not they will fall back behind as Blue Alliance is working in overtime to try and win this match. Coral descored actually there from Navixty, and it falls into their robot, causing a possession foul. Just not what you want to see as the Red Alliance, but they still have a pretty respectable lead. Befit Parsley tries to block that Algae from scoring. Unfortunately not there in time. About a 20 to 30 point lead here for the Red Alliance. They're working on L1s now, nearly full with the regular posts of the reef. Blue Alliance not too far behind, but Tyler 1334 has moved on to defense. So we're seeing the triple offense versus 2 offense, 1 defense strategy here between these 2 alliances. Navixty trying to unseat E-Man on the Blue Alliance of that number 1 seed, but Blue Alliance is coming back. Look at this, it's within 10 points now as we come to our final 30 seconds. Can they do it? Bit of an L2 miss here from Bront, but he does get it. Some L3 scoring still to happen, as well as bringing Blue back into this. It's neck and neck going to the other side, but it's 2 robots on the same side of the field. That is going to be a bunch of fouls every single second, and possibly causing a huge upset here in the final seconds. Is going to be a tie. Is it going to be a win? And oh man, Red Alliance getting the climbs. Blue Alliance, it didn't look like at the end. 325 to 305, a very close match there at the end, but Red taking it. And with those results, we do see Navixty has jumped E-Man into first place. E-Man second, so still up there. Rounding out our other rankings here, we have Eton, Tyler, Lumpy, Eric, Gavin, and Abyss. as your top 8. All right, match number 33. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Brendan 7, Dar 7890, and Small Hank. And on the Red Alliance, we have Eton, your current number 3 seed, Charlemagne, and Cosinus Maximus. Jumping right into the action, autonomous period. Eton, maybe not tabbed in, but does get moving. Still going to end up scoring no problemo. It's going to be very close in autonomous, back and forth, just 1 point separating, 2 points separating these two alliances, and Red going to start with the edge. Eton immediately getting in the mix of the Blue Alliance, a little bit caught up, got fouled, trying to block Small Hank from scoring into that net, but they are going to make their way through. Seen Eton tends to like the stealing strategy right out of autonomous, and Blue Alliance doing a great job to combat that, has not been able to get any algae stolen, and is going to go back to the Red Alliance side of the field to clean up what they can. But meanwhile, Small Hank and the Blue Alliance have put in work. Lots of algae in the Blue Alliance net, not so much in the red. Might see Small Hank go to the Red Alliance after the blue side is cleaned up a little bit. Meanwhile, the Coral scorers, Charlemagne and Cosinus Maximus, doing a great job for the Red Alliances. Yeah, Small Hank went to the other side of the field, but gets immediately punished and fouls. Another foul coming through. Just being in the protected zones is absolute chaos is happening on the Red Alliance side of the field. Tons of algae just being bounced all over the place. Small Hank's going to find one, though. Going for a second, but this has brought Red Alliance back into the match a little bit here as they're sub 10 points down. Eton and Small Hank locked up, trying to just maneuver around each other, trying to get those points up. Eton putting one up, but just not enough juice on that one. Gonna try that one again. Blue Alliance going to the Coral now as they start to break away a little bit here once again in this match. So we have our final 30 seconds to go. Still a couple L4s for both the Red and the Blue Alliance. We see Cosinus Maximus lining up for that one. Good score there. Still one to go for the Red Alliance. We'll see if they lock into that one. Meanwhile, Small Hank, actually that's Dar dropping the points there and gonna go for the climb early here. Make sure that they get the ranking point for the barge. 5 seconds to go. Blue looking solidly in the lead here. And that is going to do it. We do have a 12-point win here for the Blue Alliance, 252 to 240. All right, quals match number 34 on Blue Alliance. We have Celeste is Cool, Abyss 1792, and Lumpy versus Just Jello, Gavin 2337, and Jacob 138 227. And here we go. We have two top 8 players on the Blue Alliance. That's Lumpy, who's in 5th. And then Abyss, oh actually Abyss just dropped down to 9th, but just outside that top 8. Gavin, 7th place currently on your Red Alliance. So plenty of potential Alliance captains as we come out of Autonomous tied 61-61. Red Alliance, a little bit of mishap there trying to score and pick up from the same place, but they work it out. But that has let Blue Alliance capitalize off that as they had no such coordination issues, and they're able to move very smoothly. Each robot working in tandem, not getting in each other's way. It's 135 to 103 currently, but plenty of time for things to change. Lumpy cruises on by, drops that algae up top in the net, already back with another, as I say that. And the Red Alliance Jacob gonna do the same thing. It's being a little bit outpaced, but that's okay. Working well still for the Red Alliance, putting up big points. Jello goes for a processor, but it rolls out actually. Gonna try that one again with a different algae. This Lumpy's gonna make their way across the field and steal one of those algae, but Jello is seeing that and trying to slow them down as much as possible. Their intakes are caught in each other, and it actually falls out of the robot and gets fouled by Jacob. Amazing team play there to protect the algae that is available for stealing and getting the foul. Looks like Lumpy's going to leave it for now and just transition into L1, secure that ranking point, make sure they get the 9 on each level. So we come to our final 30 seconds here. Jacob's trying to pick up one of the last algae available on the field. Going to place that into the Red Alliance net for 4 points. Got one more algae to play, and Celeste is cool. Is going to place an L2. Meanwhile, their partner Abyss dropping the L1s, just filling up that reef till it can't take any more coral. It's our final 10 seconds come. Gonna get the climbs off, hopefully, for everyone trying to get up, but there's a little bit of a shaking cage. Can they get up off the ground in time? It's close. Not sure if that one finally counted, but that is gonna do it. 248 to 231, Red Alliance winning. Gavin, 23-37, your match MVP, putting up 110. All right, as the matches get sorted here, we do see a couple changes. Lumpy's jumping up into position number 4, Abyss up into 7th. So climbing that ranking is very close to the top. All right, qualification match number 35. Blue Alliance, we have Skyblocker, Prince 1792, and Perrin. Versus Red Alliance, Fire 449, Tyler 1334, and Michael. All right, we finally see another Barker, so this is going to be exciting. On Blue Alliance, Perrin is going to play that one. Going to score an L1 in auto rather than going for anything else, and a little bit of a mishap actually, but they are going to pick up that algae, see if they can place it into the net. They are lining up and just barely misses. Red Alliance with a slight lead out of auto. We are going to see, actually all 3 robots on the Blue Alliance are capable of scoring nets. Barker with the shot is definitely a bit of a difficult placement for that algae, and the robot only came out a few days ago, so people are a little bit less practiced with it. For the Red Alliance, though, they're continuing kind of the same standard gameplay that we've seen, and meanwhile, Blue Alliance, Perrin grabbing one of those algae, trying to launch it up, and unfortunately getting fouled. Michael for the Red Alliance has an algae in their robot, trying to place it up into the net. For the most part, it has been Blue Alliance scoring in the net so far, but Michael trying to change that up as Perrin transitions into kind of more of a defensive role. This robot is very fast, just zooming across the field. 151 to 129, still Blue Alliance with some work to do. Perrin trying over and over again and just not quite finding the right shot angle. Fire and Michael doing a great job of scoring. Tyler 1334 also lining up, trying to disrupt Perrin, trying to prevent them from stealing those algae from the Red Alliance as we come to our final 30 seconds. Blue slowly narrowing that gap. It's nearly a 10-point gap now, so... unfortunately getting fouled, though, is Perrin again. Gonna try the shot once again. It's just not quite able to hit it. Gonna go for the climb now as we have 10 seconds to go. Blue Alliance only one climber, and that is Perrin. That's the only one that can do it. Trying to get up off the ground. Can't find the latch. And unfortunately, that's going to do it. 222 for the Red Alliance here. Final score, Fire, your match MVP with 104 contribution to 182. All right, moving on along here. Match number 36. We have C4678, A2Z Gamer 0924, and Leorvent on your Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, on red, we have Logan subbing for Exoia again, and we have Noah and Bront 3620 for your red. All right, here we go. Autonomous period. Logan, the substitute, this time playing Sub-Zero. Meanwhile, we see C4678 also playing Sub-Zero, this time for the Blue Alliance. But Red Alliance, a very commanding lead coming out of auto, scoring a lot of L4 Coral. That is a job well done from them. Blue going to try and catch up as quickly as possible. Definitely some strong players for their side as well. Going to try and put up as many points as they can. Bront and Noah tag teaming the vast majority of the Coral, as we've seen be the standard here at xToF. Meanwhile, Logan, the substitute player for this match, going to focus on those algae as it's nearly cleared out. This is this final one for the Red Alliance. May decide to go the other side and try and disrupt the Blue Alliance plans as much as possible, but C4678 playing good defense, try and guard that. However, Logan is able to sneak one by that Blue Alliance. Looks like we might actually have a algae stuck inside the reef as well for the Blue Alliance. Don't think any robots will be able to access that one. So, effectively lost to the void. But that means everyone is going to be on Coral duty. Blue still a lot of Coral to score. Red Alliance nearly full already. This could be a match where we just don't have enough Coral. They might just completely run out of Coral and there's nothing left to do. So 40 seconds to see if that happens. Still a few Coral left though in the stations for now. Blue's trying to get some points up on the board. Get as many as they can. Even though the victory may be out of reach right now, they still are trying to get as many ranking points and as high of a score for the tiebreaker as possible. So every point still counts. So we see Blue's just, or Red's completely overflowed the reef. There's really not that much left to room to place anything. As we come to our final 4 seconds, Logan drops one off, gets the park, and that is gonna do it. Big score of 277 to 146 for the Red Alliance. All right. Match number 37 on the Blue Alliance. We have eBack 9005 Navixty, our current number 1 seed, and Eric 9033 versus Befit Parsley, RJ 494, and Logan playing another back-to-back one, this time for real. Probably just a little bit of time while Logan gets set up with his new teammates as he just played. Alrighty, we got match number 37 underway here. Autonomous period, 15 seconds of action. It's a couple quick misses, unfortunately, for the Red Alliance. Logan gonna pick that one up again with the ground intake of that robot. Trying to score it in time is successful, but Blue Alliance a much smoother Autonomous. Gonna jump out to a 10-point lead into Teleop as we just get started here in this match. Gonna be back and forth here. Ebac switching to the Sub-Zero. See some very high-level players actually here on Blue Alliance. Eric, 9033, current number 6 seed as well. So this Blue Alliance is very strong. But Red Alliance, definitely no slouch either. They're putting up some big points here as, unfortunately, a couple misses and a couple fouls are going to hurt them a little bit. Once again, another Red Alliance foul. Not what you want to see. Ebac crossing the field to grab that Blue Alliance. Algae is going to get it up into that net. And they are continuing as Navixity. Absolute disaster there, unfortunately for them, as the Coral gets descored. Gonna have to drop all those. Passes the Algae. Look at that teamwork from the Blue Alliance. Right directly to Ebac's intake. And we're going to see the same thing. Navixity passing that Algae to Ebac. Ebac going to try and collect that, and then directly into the Blue Alliance net. Red Alliance, though, has caught up a little bit after the slow start they had. As soon as I say that, unfortunately, the Algae shot from Logan not there. Going to go to Processor, playing it risky. Hopefully it bounces out for them. That's what he's hoping, and it does. So he's going to get 6 points. Once again, those 6 points is the highest scoring action you can do. So if you can repeatedly do that over and over again, it can be a big difference maker. As they're going for L1s. And another bounce out is big for that Red Alliance. They're going to need several of those and probably a few climb misses to make the difference. But Eric from the Blue Alliance has noticed and is playing defense on that Processor, not allowing Befit Parsley to get that score. As we need to get the climbs for the Red Alliance, they're pushing them super late here, trying to get every single edge they possibly can to catch up, but in the end, looks like Blue Alliance got this one. Gonna have 281 to 247 for the Blue Alliance. And as those scores propagate, we can see how that changes things. Eric, 9033, jumping up into 3rd place. Doing a really good job. And right at the top, the 2nd to 6th, all kind of in the same range of ranking points. Navixity solidly in 1st for the time being. All right, match number 38. We have Eton, 1577, your 4th seed. E-Man, 7199, your 2nd seed, and Jacob, 1382.27. On the Red Alliance, you have Omega Cerdo, Skyblocker, and Lumpy, who's your number 5 seed. And here we go. Autonomous period, 15 seconds to try and score as many points as we can. Every L4 worth the 7 points. The bonus extra 2 points that you can get as Lumpy is just cruising by, nearly gets their 4th or 3rd Coral in auto. Gonna put Red out to a slight lead out of Autonomous, but Teleop play immediately brings Blue Alliance back into this. They have 2 of the top 5 players on the Blue Alliance, so they're definitely going to be putting up some big scores here as they show what they're made of. As a bounce out happens, there's a lot of processor play immediately for this Blue Alliance, trying to disrupt. A shot gets launched out of the field. But it is still very close for these 2 alliances, as we actually see I just noticed, a full Sub-Zero team versus a full Rust Hound on the Blue Alliance. So definitely a bit of a robot battle where the Sub-Zero tends to be a lot better at the Algae, but a little bit weaker on the Coral. And so far, it is very close between these 2 alliance compositions. All three of these red robots, very adept Sub-Zero players, as we're going to get that last algae scored. Trying to go for the processor, he's going to do it. But now it comes down to the coral. And we'll see what they can do, as Blue Alliance has gotten a little bit of a lead in the last few seconds here. But it is still anyone's game. There's still a lot of scoring opportunities for the Red Alliance on the back of the reef. They're trying to fill that out. Skyblocker putting up an L4. It is only a 1-point match here, going back and forth. There's a lot of L1s placed for the Red Alliance, more than the Blue Alliance, so Red is really making a strong surge here as they're scoring those L4s, L3s, and L2s that were still left open. And they are still going to have to put in some work because the Rust Hounds can climb and the Sub-Zero cannot. So we're going to see a big surge here at the end for that Red Alliance and that Blue Alliance, and 2 points. The climb's making the difference at the end. All that separated these two alliances, 236 to 234. Blue with the win here.
I want to give a big shout out in our YouTube chat to Abyss Cuber for a $5 super chat, asking if we can ban Iman and to give Gavin rank number 1. So we'll see how that turns out and see if your bribe actually works.
All right, match number 39. We have Exoea, who is going to be subbed by Logan again. Tyler 1334, who has been quietly up in the rankings, currently 5th, doing a great job. And Abyss 1792, our current number 7 seed. Versus on the Red Alliance, Perrin, Small Hank, and Cosinus Maximus. Okay, here we go. Much more standard robot composition this time around. Robots doing some great scoring, and L1 actually scored by Cosinus Maximus in auto. You typically don't see that, but it's still worth bonus points. So definitely good to get those game pieces for that ranking point of scoring the 5 coral in auto. So we're tied for your early days. Robots working together to try and score into the net. We see a slight lead in terms of net play from Small Hank as he goes for a steal. Logan able to punish it, and it actually knocks the algae out of Small Hank's manipulator. So, kind of worst case scenario, unfortunately, there for the Red Alliance, but Small Hank's going to go back to the Red Alliance side and work on filling up that reef using those algae instead. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, Abyss 1792 doing a double cycle, very smooth with it. Tyler, also highly ranked right now, placing in L3 for the Blue Alliance, filling up that reef slowly but surely. Small Hank nearly getting a steal off once again, just playing very smart with it. He is about able to lock that in, but Logan is there to contest this algae. Meanwhile, for the Red Alliance, Cosinus, Maximus, and Perrin working on the L2s and L3s for the Red Alliance, trying to get those ranking points done. Still need to do a few more L1s, looks like, to get the 9 on each level. It is basically needing to be full. But Blue Alliance still with a lead as Logan gonna drop that one up into the net. 1 more to go. Sub 30 seconds to play. Blue Alliance looks like they are done with their coral, basically only L1 left. So we'll see what they can do as Red trying to fill up the L1 as well. 15 seconds to play. Everyone trying to secure these last few points, go for the climbs at the end. 6 seconds. Robots locked in, 2 in the air for Blue, 1 for the Red. Perrin get up just in time, and that is going to do it for match 39. 261 for the Blue Alliance, 226 for the Red. All right, qualification match number 40. We're playing the 48. We're coming down to near the end. We have Blue Alliance with 3 players here. Prince 1792, Just Jello, and Fire 449. Over on your Red Alliance, Liorvent, RJ 494, and your current number 5 seed, Eric 9033. All right, here we go. All Rust Hound matchup. Robot in 3 days inspired. And we're going to see a lot of coral scoring as Liorvent getting a little bit caught up, but is able to remove that algae from the reef. Going to go try and score that probably in the processor. Red with a bit of an edge out of Autonomous. But we'll see how the rest of the match plays out. Here we go. Typically, we see a lot of processor play. Going to see teams rush to try and fill that up. Meanwhile, Fire doing a couple double cycles here for the Blue Alliance. Doing a great job of not getting penalized. They have 3 seconds to clear out that first score from when it gets into their robot. So it is a very timing specific thing. So we have 1 minute 30 seconds here, 177 to 147 in favor of your Red Alliance currently. But Blue is definitely bringing it back as we see Liorvent dumping algae into the processor. But Blue has basically already done most of their processor. Actually, they get a bounce back, which is great for the Blue Alliance. Reef slowly filling up as we have just under 60 seconds to play. Fire and Eric doing the majority of the scoring for their alliances respectively. Doing a great job, putting up big points. And now Liorvent really just unleashing there, trying to stop that steal, but unfortunately gets fouled for it. But the human player accuracy for the Red Alliance working in their favor as the algae was repeatedly missing. See if Blue Alliance can mimic the same kind of thing on the other side. And unfortunately for them, that human player for the Red Alliance doing their job, doing what they need to do, and it is still pretty close. Looking for some climbs here at the end. It's only about a 10-point lead here for the Red Alliance, maybe 20. As everyone's scrambling to get up. Can they get off the ground? And looks like there were a couple missed climbs there for the Blue Alliance, cementing Red Alliance win here, 355 to 323. So with that, we'll take a look at the rankings. Eric 33 jumped, or 9033 jumped up to rank number 3. And we'll just have a reminder for Alliance selection that players who are wanting to participate in the playoffs will want to be in the event lobby during that time period. And we will have Alliance selection, which is non-serpentine. And we'll have 8 alliances. Those alliances will pick 2 team members to join them. And yeah, that will happen immediately after the qualification period, and then we'll have a short break for eliminations. All right, I'd like to welcome back, hopefully, Nick back to the mic, as he will be taking us out for the rest of our qualification matches.
Thank you, Brennan. We've got 8 exciting matches to go. Let's get rolling with the next one of them, match 41. Making up this alliance on Blue, we have Brendan 7, Celeste is cool, and Gavin 2337. They're facing off against the Red Alliance, consisting of Michael, E-Man 7199, and C 4678. There's our countdown, autonomous underway once again here in xRC. All 6 of these robots seeming to prioritize Coral at this point in time, building up those scores on the reef. Blue Alliance pulling a lead in doing so, as we at the end of autonomous 58-37. Robots now in teleop and score bonuses have been adjusted accordingly. Blue Alliance racing to fill that L4 level. They appear to maybe have one branch left up there. Red Alliance working to fill some more, but they have plenty of spaces left, meaning they have more ability to score, get higher point values as this time goes on. Michael's got an algae going to the processor for the Red Alliance, sending it in. It goes across and hits the blue net. It'll be 6 points to red and then 4 points to blue. Brendan 7 down on the Red Alliance side of the field, playing for the Blue Alliance as they start stealing algae, snatching one off the floor and taking it to that net. They go back to swipe another from the Coral Station. The other 2 members of the Blue Alliance, those being Gavin and Celeste is Cool, cycling those coral from the Coral Station up onto the reef. So Gavin taking one over onto what was L3 right there. Celeste opting to move over to an algae processor strategy, scoring 6 points, securing 6 points to their alliance, and then also handing 4 more to the opposing Red Alliance. Brendan still going to score algae for steals, cementing a further lead for the Blue Alliance, who now leads 193-138, holding about a 55-point lead here. Michael and C 4678 both serving as coral cyclers, leading to a strategy we've seen relatively commonly, which is having 2 robots really heavily focus on those coral and 1 cycle that algae. Certainly the strategy the Blue Alliance has been running, and to some degree what the Red has been doing as well. Michael's got another algae headed over to the processor if they can as we approach 20 seconds to go. E-Man and 4678 both still cycling coral as fast as they can. Blue Alliance has pulled a pretty heavy lead at this point, but Red can still keep building up those scores as we hit 10 seconds to go. Red has 2 robots lined up, make that possibly 3. 4678 and E-Man are both airborne. Doesn't look like Michael's going to be able to get up, but Blue might have a triple climb, at the very least 2 at the expiration of match play. 281-205 towards the Blue Alliance in this match. Gavin holding the record for most points scored in that match. With match 41 out of the way, it's time to move on and look at match 42. Facing off in this match on the Blue Alliance, Dare 7890, Omega Cerdo, and Logan, facing eBack 09005, Bront 3620, and A2Z Gamer 0924. Robots are reset to their starting lines and now spring into action, going to score as available. Seems to really be a coral focus here, but that changes a bit as Omega Cerdo goes to score, gets a bit hooked up in the net, but they can go back and grab another. As Autonomous is over, that'll be a 4-point score to the Blue Alliance. Their alliance partners Logan and Dare 7890 making quick work of the coral, helping cement that 10-point lead they currently hold over the Red Alliance, but Red quick to close that gap, thanks to the coral work of eBack and Bront. They're both cycling those coral onto the reef quickly, getting it down to a 1-point margin, now holding a very brief lead that Blue did just take back. A2Z Gamer seems to be focusing on that processor, dropping off another algae. That'll be a 6-point score to the Red Alliance, goes up to the blue net, but there is a perfectly positioned algae in that net, such that those algae scored by the Red Alliance in the processor bounce out and return to play. Blue Alliance now stealing some algae. Omega Cerdo dropping off another algae into the net. First algae into the red net goes up from what appeared to be the processor as well. We had a minute 15 to go as these robots keep on working to build up those scores. 136 to 127. It seems like Blue is building up a stronger lead, about a 10-point margin now, pushing it more at 15 points at this exact moment, 60 seconds to go. These robots still working on building up all of those scores. The strategy in this match seems to be each alliance has two really core coral cyclers, which is a very common strategy. The difference we're seeing is how they're prioritizing algae. A2Z Gamer 0924 on the Red Alliance is really focusing on those processor algae in a way that we didn't really see processor specialists much this season, but it's working relatively well for the Red Alliance as they keep getting 6-point bumps without those algae going in, and thus they are able to keep scoring and building up 6 points at a time, which is the strongest single scoring action available in Reefscape short of the endgame. Speaking of the endgame, we're at 20 seconds to go, where the pings would have sounded in a real match. 210 to 187. Blue Alliance holding onto a 27-point lead, roughly. Red Alliance coming in to possibly climb and narrow that gap. We'll see if anyone else goes airborne. Looks like they have 2 up for Red. Nobody appears to be up for Blue. Maybe they had 1 at the expiration of match play. 240 to 213 was that final score. The most points scored by any individual player actually goes to Dare, 7890, who got 97 points. There's those rankings for you, and Vixie still holding on to their number 1 spot. Eric, Tyler, and Eton holding up the neck, rounding out the top 4, and a few more people you can see winding out the top 8. As we approach the alliance selection, these will become more and more important. Speaking of some people in that top rank, starting on the Blue Alliance, we have Nvixie, currently ranked number 1, paired with Eton 1577, currently ranked number 4, and Befit Parsley. They're facing off against Charlemagne, currently ranked number 11, Noah, currently ranked number 9, and Perrin. Let's get that field reset. And there it is. All the robots and game pieces teleport back to their homes as these robots move into motion. Blue Alliance taking a quick lead, but Red closing that gap. Blue still holding their lead, though, as Autonomous ends thanks to the quick coral work of all 3 of their robots. Teleop now, Blue Alliance holding a lead 66 to 61. A very strong auto all around as Red swings it back very briefly before Blue takes it once again. Eton making their way down to do some algae stealing as they have during much of this day. But the Red Alliance intent on preventing that as much as possible with some pins there coming in from Noah, holding back Eton and preventing them from progressing to possibly steal some algae and cost this Red Alliance points. Something unique we don't see very much is that we have two Red Alliance robots were carrying algae at that point. You don't often see much priority going to algae in these matches, except for some very high levels of play, which xRC indeed emulates with the kind of robots they've made available. Minute 18 to go, 164 to 140, a 23-point gap now. Red Alliance building up to 145 as Blue starts cementing a lead with their 2 coral specialists still cranking away on that side of the field, and Vixie and Befit Parsley both building up that coral score. They're using that as they keep trying to build their alliance's score and hold the lead as we hit 54 seconds to go. Red Alliance scoring the last of the available algae. There's only 1 left on their side of the field. Lining up to get it is one of their alliance members. That's Perrin. They've got it going to the net. That is a 4-point score. Charlemagne and Noah both cycling coral to try and catch up to this Blue Alliance, which they are getting closer to. Only about a 20-point gap now as we hit 30 seconds left in match play. 231 to 208 at this exact moment. Team still working on those coral. The Blue Alliance reef getting incredibly full. Even the trough looks tricky to place anything into now. Almost all the branches are full, if not actually all of them, as we get 12 seconds to go. Red Alliance narrowing the gap down to 10 points. They might be able to swing this with a good end game. 2 robots in that barge zone. Charlemagne is airborne, but the third opting to make a last-second Coral score as time expires. 275 to 255 towards the Blue Alliance. Your number 1 seed, and Vixie scoring 104 points in that match, and BFit Parsley scoring 94. Now we're moving on to match number 44 on that Blue Alliance RJ494, C4678, and Cosinus Maximus facing off against the Red Alliance EE Man 7199, Tyler 1334, and Skyblocker. Quick moves for Coral coming in from both alliances. Blue Alliance pulling a lead, though. 3 Coral already up on L4 for them. Red having a bit of lineup difficulties, but getting more now. Red had a very brief lead, but here comes Blue. 50 to 42 now, with 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go in match play. Cosinus Maximus scoring a Coral onto L3. That'll be 4 points, facing the Coral station that they are currently using. Trying to possibly switch to L2, but not quite getting what they need. It goes to L1, though. That'll still be 2 points to their alliance. Cosinus Maximus generally doing the same, serving as a Coral specialist for that alliance as well. C4678 has an algae intake out. There they go, controlling the algae, dropping it off into the net. Not quite getting it there, though, as it falls back to the floor, but they've still got 1 minute 30 seconds left to keep on building those scores. A quick processor score coming in from Skyblocker. It did return to the field, so that means they get a 6-point score, as C4678 sits right in front of that processor, intent on preventing the Red Alliance from using it. That processor can be a powerful tool, as without needing to reach up, your robot is able to score 6 points just dropping it off at floor level, and if they bounce out, the opposing alliance doesn't even get the associated benefit of any bonus 4-point scores. It seems like C4678 is intent to make that happen as little as possible, stealing algae from the red side of the field and scoring it into the net as they try to prevent any further scoring with it. 4678 with another algae steal as these teams keep on cycling. Seems as though the Red Alliance has switched over to full Coral focus. All 3 robots generally working on building up those scores. That Coral cycling coming in quick. Red Alliance not too far behind Blue as we approach the end game. They're keeping it pretty tight, a 14-point margin right now. Blue trying to hold the lead, Red trying to take it from them. As these teams keep on working, 10 seconds to go. Coral seems to be everything right now as everyone focuses on it, but now here come those climbs. All 3 Red Alliance robots lining up. Can they get airborne? One can as time expires in match 44. 237 to 233 is your final result towards the Blue Alliance. A very tight match. Oh, as these teams putting in their points, RJ494 with the MVP at 95 points total. There's some of those rankings for you. Generally the top 8 holding pretty strong, but Abyss moving up a bit, moving towards some of the higher ranks on our possible captain slots. As a reminder, we are expecting to have 8 Alliance captains, I believe. So each of those people in the top 8 are guaranteed a spot in our elimination bracket. Anyone close to them has the chance to slide up into those 8 slots and be a possible captain. Now, match 45. We are approaching the end of our day. At least the end of qualifications. Our day still has plenty of time left for the elimination round to determine a 2025 champion. Starting us off on blue, it's Dare7890, joined by Celeste is Cool and Ebac09005. Moving to the Red Alliance, it's Small Hank, Fire449, and Gavin2337. Autonomous now rolling here, 2:22 left in the match. We are 10 seconds down now. All 6 robots focusing on those scores. Seems as though Red is pulling the advantage here, as 59-48 is the score coming out of the autonomous period. Drivers taking those controls now. All 6 robots flying around, as there is a goose on one of those robots. Dare7890 has a very nice goose in their robot. Slipping along, intake down, but they use their claw to get an algae instead, taking it up to that net. That'll be 4 points right there to the Blue Alliance. On that Red Alliance, Small Hank doing the same role. Neither of these alliances seem to want their algae stolen, or maybe they just want the bonus points. For whatever reason, both of them are focusing on those algae scores. As a shot goes up for Blue out of their processor into the Red net. The shot is successful, so Blue gets 4 points, Red gets 4 as they try again. The algae goes up and just nicely nests right on in there. Small Hank trying to score one up but doesn't quite get it there. They have plenty of time to try again though, as we hit still 1:15 left to go. 2 Coral Specialists in this match for that Red Alliance, Fire449 and Gavin2337. There's a Coral on their manipulator, taking it down to the reef, dropping it off onto L2 for Fire. Those are 2 points right there. Let's go back to the Coral Specialists on Blue, those being Celeste is Cool and Ebac. Both of them have been cycling Coral all a match. It looks like Dare has come back to join them, carrying that Coral, using their ground intake, flipping up the Coral, and then dropping it onto L1. Assuming it stayed, that will be 2 points, helping them possibly close the gap the Red Alliance has built. Red Alliance leading by about 30 points now, more like 26, 25, as we hit 30 seconds to go. Red doing what they can to hold that lead, to try and keep some more ranking points as we approach the Alliance selection in just 4 matches. The pings would have sounded if this were a real Reefscape match. Teams still working on all of the Coral. First to the cages is for the Blue Alliance. Celeste is Cool going in there as well. 3 Red Alliance robots in that barge zone. Looks like Ebac is in the air. Celeste also going up. 2 robots up for Red as time expires in match 45. Just like that, there's the final scores, 281 to 257. Fire449 putting up 113 points on their own. As we approach Alliance selection, that kind of showing could be useful for serving as a possible pick for some Alliance captain. Also, Fire could be a captain, as they're currently ranked 9 on the sheet I have pulled up in my browser. That could possibly change. They could pop up the rankings. Looks like they're going to stay at rank 9 for the time being. Now, for a $5 route, our anti-penultimate match, or third to last match. Quals 46. On the Blue Alliance, we've got Lumpy, Befit Parsley, and Xioa, generally subbed in by Logan, facing off against the Red Alliance of Abyss 1792, Charlemagne, and Barant 3620. Lots of very high-ranked teams in this match. This could genuinely play a role in our Alliance selection rankings. Here comes the reload, and these teams take the field. Already an autonomous quick Coral scoring coming in from all 3 robots on each side, but a quick going for a steal is Abyss. No, Charlemagne actually. They snatch an algae off of the Blue Alliance reef, taking it back to the net and dropping it off. That's a 4-point score right there. Seems as though this Red Alliance has 2 other Coral specialists Bronx 3620 and Abyss 1792, both cycling coral as fast as they can. Bronx freeing an algae off of the reef, sending it flying across the field, bouncing off of a wall and rolling onto the Blue Alliance side of the field, coming to rest near one of the coral stations, being kicked along by Logan on the Blue Alliance. Fit Parsley has a coral in their possession, rushing it over to the reef. And they needed to do that quickly, and it did. They were carrying 2 coral, which they are allowed to do, but they only are allowed to do it for 3 seconds before the grace period expires and they draw penalty points. So far, they've been able to get those coral out of their system quickly enough to be just okay, as this close match keeps on ticking. 149 to 136, a 13, now 15 point margin at 1:10 seconds to go. For that Blue Alliance, we have some steals coming in from Lumpy, running around on the Red Alliance side of the field, trying to grab a coral from near that coral station, but getting into a bit of traffic with Abyss 1792 of Red. Lumpy still going up to score. That'll be 4 points to the Blue Alliance, and also a denial of opportunity to the Red Alliance, who can no longer score that algae, as the last algae goes in the air, and a possible coral steal before then Charlemagne decides to change strategy. 34 seconds, 206 to 192. It is bouncing back and forth, about a 14-point margin here. All 6 robots still working on building up those scores as quickly as possible. Coral is the name of the game here, it looks like. As suddenly a bit of defense coming in from Abyss, who ends up stuck on another robot and ends up dragged down across the field, hooked on what appears to be either Buffett, Parsley, or Logan. They're being dragged around the field and dealing with some possible penalties here. As we hit the final seconds, one robot is airborne for Red. 278 to 222 towards the Blue Alliance. That is the final score. Bronx 3620 leading scoring in that match with 100 points devoted to the Red Alliance. Our rankings holding generally similar at this point. As we approach the Alliance selection, these rankings could end up being quite important, but ultimately they are holding pretty steady due to the sheer number of ranking point average held. There's not a lot left to move those averages around.
I don't got shit, who's asking? If it don't fit, I'm passing. If I go in, I'm blasting. Let me go home like Manson. Let me taste blood like Manson. Let me taste blood, I put it through handsome. Let me get up like laughing. Hitting the curve, no crash. I said he back, I said he dripping, no drip, no check. I swear I'm running this shit like check. Play with my penis, I'm putting it back. I'm putting it back, making it shit, I'm making it smack. Make it so hard that it crack, yeah. Making it kick with a crack, yeah. I bag the bad bitch, she bad as shit, I'm bad at this. I got the benefits, I managed this, I had to hit. I met the father figure from above. I wish he had his figured at me when I showed him love. I'm back to winning, yeah. I'm back to quitting myself, my prison got shit to finish, yeah. I had a minute, yeah. Ain't at the limit, no. I'm back to winning, I'm back to business, I'm back to finish, yeah. I'm back to winning. All your stuff like catch me up. All that catch me up. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the
Alrighty, so in that last match, there was a G210 violation on Logan, aka the sub of that match. So we are going to give a major foul to the Red Alliance, or to the Blue Alliance, earning Red Alliance some points, but it does not change the result of the score.
Sorry to disrupt the party of those teams trying to horse Liar Vent out of the arena, but we do have another match to introduce. Match 47, our penultimate, or second to last match. Starting it off on blue, we've got Logan, Michael, and A2Z Gamer 0924. They're facing off against on red, Jacob 138-227, and Vixie and Liar Vent, who they're probably still trying to hoist out of the arena. Never mind, Liar Vent is back down on the field. Here comes the actual countdown. Everything resets. Teams placed on their starting lines and ready to go play this match for those points. This is one of your last chances to change your ranking score and show off what you can do to the Alliance captains. Auto ending 56-12 towards the Red Alliance. They're holding a relatively strong advantage, but Blue still has plenty of time to work on possibly getting that over. First algae scores coming in. That looks like the Red Alliance member Jacob scoring those algae. Already got some up for the Red Alliance, going back for more. And Vixie and their alliance partner Liar Vent both both serving as coral specialists. Cycling those coral to the reef, trying to get them up if they can, but getting that lineup can be tricky. There goes Lyre Vent. That's a 3-point score to the Red Alliance. Over on blue, Logan and A2Z Gamer 0924 both working on coral. Never mind, looks like A2Z Gamer may be lining up with an algae, trying to possibly get it to score in the processor, as they have been doing a bit of that in this match. Logan and Michael serving as the coral specialists. That's what I meant to be saying earlier. They both have coral in their possession, lining up with the reef to drop it off if they can. Logan going for a handoff, Michael going for a handoff, dropping the coral into their robot as they then need to go and collect another with that floor intake. They pop it up to L1 for 2 points as we hit 55 seconds to go. 163 to 101, a 62-point margin for the Red Alliance. They keep cementing that great gain, though, as they keep gaining on the Blue Alliance. Playing some defense, A2Z Gamer 0924. They appear to be hooked in the Lyre Vent robot. Lyre Vent pulling them over towards the reef, and as Lyre Vent crosses the hexagon, they're able to keep drawing penalties. A2Z Gamer still stuck there on that robot as points keep getting called. Looks like Lyre Vent no longer has that robot on them, as A2Z Gamer appears to have reset and rejoined their side of the field as we had 15 seconds to go. Everyone's still focusing on the scoring elements, but we hit 10 seconds left. We appear to have one red robot lined up, maybe one blue lining up as well, trying to get airborne. As we hit the final second, looks like a Lyre Vent and Logan were the two able to get up at the expiration of match play. 251 to 129 towards the Red Alliance. MVP in that match, nVixty with a 98-point score. nVixty being our rank number 1, appears to be holding onto that position for now, as the ranking score holds some pretty safe buffer above the rest of this event. We are ready to roll with our final qualification match of our tournament. Match 48 lined up and ready to go. On the Blue Alliance side of the field, we've got Just Jello, Noah, PLWG1, and Omega Surdo. On the Red Alliance side of the field, we have Eric 9033, currently ranked 3rd, Brendan 7, and Prince 1792. One last reset for the qualification round. All 6 robots zipping around the field to build the score. Looks like these alliances really focusing on Coral. Red is fully focused on Coral, but Blue seems to be focusing more on somewhat on the Algae, as Just Jello has pulled out the Barker robot, running down the field to possibly line up an Algae steal. They've got that big claw wrapped around one of those Algae on the floor, holding on to it, but can't quite get it fully into their grasp as they spin around Eric on the Red Alliance and keep on trying to grab another Algae, opting to kick one back to their side of the field for possibly returning home, rather going back out of the field to play some opportunistic defense on Eric 9033. Brendan and Prince both lining up near that Coral station, but Prince averting out, opting to grab an Algae off the wall, off the reef, going up to the net. That's a 4-point score there, as all of these teams keep working on that scoring. On the Blue Alliance side of the field, we also have two blue robots and 1 red robot going to score. The red robot stealing Algae, that's Prince 1792, but just drawing a penalty there as Noah was able to contact them while still breaking the frame perimeter of that reef tape zone. Just Jello has returned to their home side of the field, grabbing a Coral off the ground, going over to the reef to flip up and possibly score it if they can. They're lining up with L3. That'll be 4 points if they can get it. Having a bit of difficulty with the lineup, though, as it falls back to the floor. However, they've still got 42 seconds left in this match, so they can keep on moving here to make this happen. 33 seconds to go. Red's holding a pretty healthy lead, 203 to 172. It's about a 31-point lead. These robots seem to be focusing on Coral, especially because they have to. Every Algae is up in the net, and it appears as though these alliances are evenly matched, with the same number of Algae in each alliance's net. It all comes down to the Coral, which Red seems to be winning on. Now Red has the option to cement their win with an endgame performance. There goes Eric with 1 deep cage climb. We'll see if they opt to make any more. Jello goes up for Blue. That could be 12 points. But it looks like that might be it, as Brendan gets up in the last second and the qualification round of the 2025 tournament ends. 257 to 224 is our final qualification score, as Noah putting up 135 points individually in that match. Second to them, Eric 9033 of the Red Alliance, who put up 112 solo.
Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my to see you. And I'll go.
All right, everyone, welcome to the Alliance Selection. We're here to build up 8 great alliances to play in our playoff bracket. Let's welcome in our number 1 alliance captain, xVixty.
Hello.
All right.
2056,
Okay.
undefeated in all the quals. You feel me?
All right, xVixty, welcome to the casting box. You have a quick choice. You have a choice to make. Honestly, I'm sorry, I kind of missed your comment earlier. I'm not sure exactly what you said, but I just have one question for you. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
I think I would like to invite Eric from Team 9033.
That's Eric 9033. Eric 93, would you like to join xVixty and their alliance, or would you prefer the chance to make your own alliance?
I could do something funny here, but I would like to accept.
And there's our first pick of the number 1 alliance. All right, we're now inviting up our number 2 alliance captain. That's going to be Eton 1577. Welcome to the casting box. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
I would pick Lumpy.
That's Lumpy. All right, Lumpy, welcome in as well. Would you like to join Eton's alliance, or do you prefer the chance to hold off and be the captain of your own alliance?
I accept the offer.
And there's the first 2 members of our number 2 alliance. Now let's bring on our new Alliance 3 captain, Tyler 1334. Tyler, welcome on up. When you are ready, please let me know who would you like to invite to join your alliance.
Could I invite Gavin 2337, please?
That's Gavin 2337. Gavin, welcome on in. I have one question for you. Would you like to join Tyler? Would you like? I'm sure you do. Would you like to join Tyler's alliance, or do you prefer to hold off and try to take the chance at your making your own alliance?
I would like to respectfully decline.
All right, that is your right to do so. You are still able to make your own alliance if you become an alliance captain. Tyler, whenever you are ready, who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Can I invite Fire 449?
That's Fire 449. Fire, welcome in. So I guess I have the same question for you that I've asked of many of other people before. I'm sure you can guess my question. Would you like to join Tyler's alliance? Or would you prefer to wait and take the chance to be the captain of your own alliance?
On behalf of Team 449, I respectfully decline.
Okay, that is your right to do so. All right. Tyler, when you are ready, you may make your invitation for who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
You know what? Can I invite Bront 3620?
Bront 3620. All right, Bront. Also, to clarify the rules, I believe we are running the rule I forgot to state expressly earlier, where if you decline, you are able to serve as a captain. I do not believe you are able to be picked later on. Can someone verify in my ear that that is correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. To whoever, I forget if... Yes, that is the rules. If you decline, you are able to form your own alliance. You are not able to be picked by other alliances. So, we have brought on Bront 3620. Bront, I have the same question for you that I've asked plenty of people before for many different captains. Would you like to join Tyler's alliance, or would you prefer to hold off in this case?
I would like to accept his invitation.
There we go. We have our the first two robots of our number 3 alliance. One reminder I forgot to give is that we are not doing a serpentine draft. We are doing 1 to 8, then resetting 1 to 8. So, now it's time to bring in the captain of our number 4 alliance, E-Man 7199. E-Man, welcome on in. When you are ready, who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
On behalf of Team 2357, I would like to invite Noah PLWG to join my alliance.
Noah PLWG1.
Oh.
Noah, welcome in.
Hi.
Would you like to invite this offer to join E-Man's alliance, or would you prefer to hold off in this case?
I'm gonna accept.
All right, and there we go. The number 4 alliance has been assembled. Now, we move on to our number 5th alliance captain, Gavin 2337.
Hello. For this pick, I would like to invite Abyss 1792 to get up here.
All right, Abyss 1792.
Oh, wait, I'm here. Yes, I gratefully accept.
There we go. Alliance number 5 put together. Let's bring out our 6th alliance captain, Fire 449. Fire, welcome on in. When you're ready, who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
How much time do I have?
We don't really have a hard timer, so you can take the time you need.
You lose $1 every 30 seconds of your potential.
Yo, $1 every 30 seconds. Well,
yeah, let's go.
Anyways, all right. I'm ready to pick though. So.
Okay, if you're ready, who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
I would like to invite King Ebac to join my alliance.
All right, that's ebac 09005. Welcome into the casting box. Would you like to accept this invitation to join the number 6 alliance, or would you prefer to hold off in this case?
Fire, what do you say?
I don't know, man. It's your choice.
I say we go for it.
Let's do it.
All right.
Oh.
Then there is, I believe, our number 6 is alliance's first 2 picks settled in. That brings us on to the number 7 alliance captain, Small Hank.
Who does not appear to be in a voice chat right now.
Oh dear. Small Hank, I don't know who all is live to audience. Small Hank is apparently not in a VC at the moment.
Oh yeah, it is. We got him.
Okay, we have found Small Hank. There we go.
I'm here. Okay.
So Small Hank, when you are ready, who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
RJ.
That's RJ494. RJ, welcome to the casting box. How would you like to respond? Would you like to accept this invitation, or would you prefer to try and form your own alliance?
Hang on. I'm going to accept.
Okay, we've got the first 2 picks of our number 7 alliance. Now time to bring in our final alliance captain, Dare7890.
Hello.
Welcome in. Dare, when you are ready, who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
I would like to invite Befit Parsley to join my alliance.
That's Befit Parsley.
Dara, do you happen to know who that is?
It's JP. JP.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
We have found Befit Parsley. There we go.
That's me.
It is indeed you. I would hope so. All right. Welcome to the casting box. With this pick, would you like to accept Dare's offer to join the number 8 seeded alliance?
I would like to accept. Yes.
All right. And there we go. All of our first picks are in. Now, we do have a second round to do. Given that we are going non-serpentine, let's go back to our number 1 seeded alliance and get Envixty back in here. Envixty, when you are ready, who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Can you give me just like a few more seconds? I'm gonna go
Absolutely.
back to my VC
Yep.
real quick.
Sounds good to me. Yep, yeah, just talking with your alliance partner.
I have to ask, did we find Befit Parsley in the produce aisle? Haha. Haha.
While we're holding for that first alliance pick, the winning alliance will win $300. Oh, and Vixie is back.
I'm back. I would like to pick Parin, please, for my second pick.
That's Parin.
Hello, ladies and
Hello, Parin. Welcome. So, would you like to accept the offer to join this alliance?
On behalf of everything that I stand for, I would love to join this alliance.
And your number 1 alliance is complete. Now let's move on to the number 2 alliance, captained by Eton1577.
Can I get 1 more minute with my teammate?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So put me back in 1 minute, please.
All right.
Everybody, producer Tyler here. Yeah, just a reminder. So the winning alliance will receive a prize pool of 300. So if you're not in the U.S., we will find a way to make sure that we will transfer that to whatever currency that you have through one of the different online money platforms too. So if you are the winning alliance, make sure you stick around so we get that information from you as well too, so we can transfer that out to you. We're happy on behalf of Fun Robotics Network to sponsor this event and provide that prize pool. So thank you everybody for playing.
Welcome back, Eton. Are you ready to make your pick?
Yes.
All right. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Yeah. Me and Lumpy will invite Bont.
Bront
Could you
is selected, I believe.
Oh, yes. Bront 3620 has already been selected to join another alliance.
Okay, so I will choose Logan.
Logan! All right, Logan, you've been pulled in. Welcome to the casting box.
Hello, hello. I will accept.
All right, and we've got our number 2 alliance built out. Now let's move on to number 3, captained by Tyler 1334.
Oh,
Tyler, welcome to the casting box. Are you ready to make your pick?
can I get like one more minute?
Absolutely.
Okay. Perfect.
All right, Tyler, welcome back in. Are you ready with your pick?
Yes. I would like to pick Celeste is cool, please.
Celeste is cool. Celeste is cool. Welcome in. How would you like to respond to this invitation?
I would like to accept.
And alliance number 3 has been fully built. Let's move on to alliance number 4, captained by EE-Man 7199. Welcome back in. We have E-Man here with us live. Are you ready with your pick?
I am.
All right. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
On behalf of Team 2357 and Team 1233J.
Did he lag out? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
my bad.
I think you had some sort of bug where I could not hear your pick.
My bad. Charlemagne 353. Sorry.
Charlemagne!
Charlie.
Am I supposed to wait, guys?
Oh, Charlemagne, you are here. I was expecting the join sound. I did not realize Charlemagne is here live. Charlemagne, how would you like to respond to the invitation?
I accept.
All right, we've made our number 4 alliance. So then we can move on to alliance number 5, captained by Gavin of 2337. Gavin, do you have your pick ready to go, or do you need another minute or two?
We know our pick. We love this dude. He's awesome. We would like to invite Prince 1792 to join our alliance.
All right, Prince 1792, you're pulled in now. You're live. How would you like to respond to this invitation?
Team 1792, sponsored by Danny Palm the Goat, graciously accepts.
All right, spoke for the entirety of 1792 despite a different member of 1792 already being on the number 5 alliance. Alliance number 6 now, captained by Fire from 449.
Hello, hello.
Are you ready with your pick?
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Okay, who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
On behalf of Team 449 and Team 9005, we would like to select Skyblocker.
Skyblocker, there you are. Welcome in, Skyblocker. How would you like to respond to the invitation?
I graciously accept.
We got an acceptance. Okay, Alliance 6 is now built out. Bring in then the captain of Alliance number 7, Small Hank. All right, welcome to this casting box. Hank, who would you like to invite to join Alliance number 7?
Brendan 7.
Brendan 7. Brendan, welcome into the casting box. How do you respond to this invitation?
I would like to gratefully accept.
All right, and alliance number 7 has been built up. Now we have one pick left to go in our event today. Even if you do not end up picked, we still thank you all for playing here at our xRC tournament. It's been a great day. We hope you all had fun, and you can still stick around to choose another alliance to cheer on. With that being said, let's bring in the captain of our number 8 seeded alliance, Dare7890.
Hello.
All right,
I would
Dare.
like to.
Go ahead.
I'd like to invite C4678.
All right, C4678. How do you respond to the invitation?
Oh my gosh, hi. Yeah, let's send it. Why not?
All right, and there is
Awesome.
our number 8 alliance. That concludes our alliance selection. We will be launching our next matches at 5:20 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. First match should be queuing at 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time. We will see you all then. All right, everyone, welcome back from our break. Now we're here in the playoffs. We've got Alliance 1 in red versus Alliance 8 in blue. Starting us off on Alliance number 1 over on red, it's their captain, xVixty. They're joined by their first pick, Eric, 9033, and their second pick, Perrin. On the Blue Alliance side of the field, they have their captain, Dare, 7890, their first pick, Befit Parsley, and their second pick, C4678. Here comes our elimination round. Go! Autonomous now underway in our very first playoff match of the 2025 xRC Tournament of Fun. We've got a Barker robot out on the field, piloted by C4678, going through that barge zone, heading onto the Red Alliance side of the field. What appeared to be some sort of glitch with the bumpers that has possibly corrected itself. They're now blocking off one of those coral stations, extending their big arm, making them very wide and tough to get around. This could bottleneck the Red Alliance robots to only score from that one coral station, but that isn't really slowing them down so far, as xVixty goes to grab another coral, Eric managing to actually almost get around C4678, but not quite able to. Perrin playing Algae for the Red Alliance, scoring those in the net. That's a 4-point score, going up for another there. Each of those 4 points apiece. On the Blue Alliance, 2 primary scorers, Dare 7890, prioritizing all those coral, as their alliance partner Befit Parsley focusing on the processor. Red Alliance seemingly wanting them to not use the processor, as they send Perrin down to go and block it off, preventing Algae scoring in that manner. Red Alliance side of the field still has C4678 from the Blue Alliance blocking one of those coral stations, but it looks like Eric and xVixty both still able to work around on the other coral station to load their robots and keep building their score, as the Red Alliance is closing in on 200 points to Blue Alliance's 152. 45 seconds to go. Looks like everyone's going on a double offense, single defense strategy. Something we did see relatively commonly, as Perrin now switching over to stealing a little bit of Algae, going for those scoring elements. They dropped one off, now possibly going to go for another, but rather opting to block off the processor before transferring to stealing another Algae. We're at under 20 seconds to go. Red Alliance holding a lead, 222 to 176. As Red keeps holding that lead, time is winding down, 10 seconds to go. Red has a pretty strong lead, possibly moving to lock it in with a climb here. They have what appears to be 2 robots airborne for deep climbs, more coming in for Blue as time expires. Moving on in the upper bracket is going to be the Red Alliance with a score of 250 to 196. The day's not over for the Blue Alliance, though. They still remain in it, and they will drop down to the lower bracket, where we should see them again in match number 5. Now we're moving on to playoff match number 2. This one is Alliance 4 in red versus Alliance number 5 in blue. Starting off the Red Alliance, it's going to be E-Man 7199, the captain, joined by first pick Noah PLWG1 and second pick Charlemagne. On the 5th seeded Alliance, they're headed by their captain Gavin 2337 and joined by their first pick Abyss 1792 and their second pick Prince 1792. Here comes the transition into the field. Here's the countdown. We're ready to roll in match number 2. Robots spring off the line in autonomous. 2 coral up on L4 for each alliance. As these robots keep on moving to take a score to their advantage. Blue taking a narrow lead here as auto winds down 66 to 61 at the conclusion of the autonomous period. Already some defense coming in on both alliances. Both have sent one member of their alliance down to block off their opponents on the other side of the field. Prince 1792 zipping around the field, grabbing an algae off the ground. Now staying away from this Red Alliance robot, avoiding any penalties that could come from that hexagonal protected zone, dropping off that algae in their net for 4 points. As Charlemagne does cross the field, but they need to be careful. These robots can only cross the field in their alliance's cage zone. They can't use the opposing alliance's zone, otherwise that could be a penalty. Robots have returned from that initial defensive strategy. All 3 robots of each side playing on their own respective side of the field. Looks like 2 coral cyclers per alliance, plus 1 algae cycler. The algae cyclers being Charlemagne and Prince 1792. But Prince coming back over to the red side of the field to play some more defense, slowing down E-Man, forcing them to possibly divert away, which they will, going onto the blue alliance side of the field, playing some defense on Abyss 1792 and forcing them to slow down. Holding them there, but Abyss sneaks away. E-Man really slowing down this blue alliance, which they do need. Blue is up by 13 points, so if E-Man can slow them down enough, Red could take a lead and continue in the upper bracket. As we had 40 seconds to go, Blue's about to break. There they go, actually did break 200 points, 201 to 193, but Red is tightening it quickly, down to just a 10-point gap, much smaller than it was earlier in the day. Abyss 1792 back down playing defense on the Red Alliance, trying to slow them down and protect their alliance's lead. But Red is still slowly gaining an 8-point margin now with 15 seconds to go. Blue needs to hold this margin they have if they want to win. As the coral keep coming in and we drop under 10 seconds to go, climbs could be approaching here in match number 2 as we see 1 robot airborne for Red, 2 for Blue, as time expires. That final score coming in, it indeed goes to the Red Alliance, but by a margin of only a single point. Red Alliance will be continuing on in the upper bracket. Blue Alliance dropping back down to the lower bracket, where we will see them again in match number 5, facing Alliance 8 from our last match. Now we've got the queue up for match number 3. This match is Alliance number 2 in red versus Alliance number 7 in blue. Starting off on red, you have the Alliance captain Eton 1577, joined by their first pick Lumpy and their second pick Logan. They're up against the number 7 Alliance, captained by Small Hank, joined by first pick RJ 494 and second pick Brendan 7. Field gets reset and another match underway here on xToF. Match number 3 is rolling. All these robots working to build up their scores. Coral looks pretty evenly matched. 5 up on L4 for each, but Red able to take an advantage, quickly piling more and more on L4, building up a lead, but Blue closing it quickly. Just a 6-point margin at this point, down from up to a 15-point margin at different times. Blue already taking a lead now, 85 to 79. Blue Alliance has been, if Blue Alliance could keep on moving, they could win this and pull the first upset of our elimination bracket, but there's a minute 50 left for Red to take that lead back. Minute 45 to go still, 117 to 110, Blue is leading, it is tight in here. Red Alliance working quickly on those algae, specifically their member Lumpy, serving as the core algae cycler. That's a role we saw them playing a fair bit earlier, and they're doing it again right now, cycling those algae to the net and working to build up their alliance's score. keeping on yanking those things away, but here comes Small Hank, trying for an algae steal if they can get control of that algae back there. Red Alliance really doesn't want them to get it, but there they go, they've got it. Small Hank going over to the Blue Alliance net, dropping it off for 4 points and scoring the final algae that was on our field and giving Blue the advantage in algae scoring. It's all down to Coral now with just under 60 seconds remaining as every algae is gone. All 6 robots cycling Coral at high speed to keep building these scores. It is neck and neck, 206 to 199. Small advantage to Blue. Red's closing the gap still. It is tough to say who's going to take this. Any sway in the Coral scoring, any endgame scoring could swing this match. A 1-point margin now. This match is one of the tightest we've seen. Red taking the lead for the first time in a while. They're all tied up. Red now has a small advantage in this overall regard. As we had 20 seconds to go, we would hear some submarine pings if this were a real Reefscape match. 12 seconds to go. First lineup to the cage is Brendan 7, their alliance partner, coming in to possibly do the same. That's RJ494. One robot in the air for Blue, one up for Red as a second gets up for Blue just before the buzzer. We've got a current score 265 to 263, an incredibly tight match, but Alliance 2 will be holding their spot in the upper bracket here at xToF. Blue Alliance continues on in the lower bracket, where we will see them again in match number 6.
Just met, but we know there's something deeper, can't forget.
Okay, so in match 2, we have a score adjustment between Alliance 4 and Alliance 5. There was a foul that was assessed to the Blue Alliance, giving the Red Alliance an extra major foul, so 6 points, due to contact. However, the sim incorrectly assigned this foul, so we will be removing the 6 points that Alliance 4 earned from this, which will change the result, and Alliance 5 will be moving on to the upper bracket. Alliance 4 will be down in the lower bracket as a result.
All right, we're rounding out our first round of upper bracket matches. We got one last slot in match number 4. Here we've got Alliance number 3 in red against Alliance number 6 in blue. Starting us off for Alliance number 3, it's their captain, Tyler 1334, joined by their first pick, Bront 3620, and their second pick, Celeste is Cool. On Alliance 6 facing off, they've got their captain, Fire 449, with their first pick, Ebac 09005, and their second pick, Skyblocker. One last match for this upper bracket round before we move on to some lower bracket matches here. All 6 robots working on building up those scores. It was pretty tight, but blue now getting a pretty strong lead. Red closing that gap right up. They were tied at 51 briefly there. Now we're at 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go. 81-61. Blue leads by 20 points and is looking to cement that lead as much as they can. Red Alliance still working on their own scoring, but blue is just quick with this coral. Thanks to the work of their 2 predominant coral cyclers, Fire 449 and Ebac. Their alliance partner Skyblocker serving as the algae robot. They were scoring some algae up into the net for the Blue Alliance. Now trying to block off the Red Alliance processor, slow them down, and prevent those 6-point scores if possible. But some do get through, not without some delay though, of about probably 4 or 5 seconds against Tower 1334. Those delays can be crucial in matches that are only 2 minutes and 30 seconds long. A minute 20 to go, 158-152. Red Alliance is closing in. Now a 15-point gap, 167-152. These alliances all working to build up their scores rapidly as they can. Going up to the net, Skyblocker there. It goes into the net for some points. They go back for even more. As these alliances keep on going, Skyblocker was stealing some algae from the Red Alliance there, looking to possibly hold their scoring, as Tyler 1334 has moved over to a defensive role with some opportunistic offense as they snatch away an algae and steal it to the Red Alliance processor, dumping it in there, and it rolls on through for 6 points. It then bounces and round but stays in the Blue Alliance net. Celeste is Cool and Bront both cycling those coral onto the reef, carrying them over and dropping them off into the L1 trough, now lining up to possibly score elsewhere. Not quite able to get the lineup they need as we have 20 seconds to go. We're now officially into the end game period. Some pins coming in as Tyler 1334 is held down by a member of the Red Alliance. Skyblocker now breaking free to go and score another stolen algae. As we hit final 3 seconds, we have already 1 robot in the air for blue, what appeared to be a synchronized triple climb for red as time expires in this match. 285-261, the Blue Alliance is moving on. Alliance number 6 will be moving on in this match. We'll see them again in match number 8 in the upper bracket. Alliance 3 is still in it though. They just dropped down to the lower bracket where they will face Alliance number 7 in match 6. Now to take it away for the lower bracket, let's welcome on our other GA, it's Brennan.
All right, folks, we got a lower bracket matchup here, playoff number 5. In red, we got Alliance 8, Dar 7890, Befit Parsley, and C4678 in blue. Alliance number 4, a narrow loss. It's E-Man 7199, Noah PLWG1, and Charlemagne. So at this point, it is win or go home. Curtis, C4678, sticking with the Barker play that we saw last time. The interesting strategy versus Alliance number 1 to try and slow down the scoring. We'll see how that plays out against Alliance number 4. We'll see if they can score not quite in the barge for C. But we do see Blue Alliance with a slight lead coming out of auto, and immediately we go on to defense from C4678. Charlemagne focusing on the algae, standard gameplay for that type of robot. Going to take the time to line up, trying to go for the processor play is the Blue Alliance, just clearing those out one after the other, maintaining this very slight lead for the Blue Alliance. But Red is not far behind now. Just 2 points just a few seconds ago, but between these two teams, we're seeing a lot of coral play, and we're going to see what the Blue Alliance can do here to try and maintain this lead as Charlemagne's going to travel to the other side of the field. There's a lot of algae here on the Red Alliance that is unprotected, and they're going to try and score into that net. Dar trying to unload those algae into the processor, getting a bounce back, getting 2 bounce backs, so that's 12 points unanswered by that Blue Alliance because of that play. And here's another one. This time it will stay in the net, so just a net 2 points there. Red's still hanging around in the mix, but not quite ahead. Blue Alliance is doing a really good job of getting around this defense from C4678, who's causing a lot of havoc on the Blue Alliance. 40 seconds to play. Remember, if you lose this match, you are out of the event, so it is all on the line for these alliances. It's bringing a little bit closer here for the Red Alliance. Really needs something, need the additional algae bounce backs, really needs this one to fall out, and it does. Dar's going to try and pick that one up, but Charlemagne wisely positioned to try and deflect that and block that opportunity for scoring. 13 seconds to go. It can come down to the climbs. It's going to be pushed super late. Curtis going to go super late for this, trying to hold up the Blue Alliance member from going in, but will it be enough? It's going to come down to the final seconds, and it looks like Blue Alliance has got this one. So it's going to be Blue Alliance winning 268 to 255. It was a close battle, but unfortunately for the Red Alliance, their journey ends here, and we will see Alliance number 4 move on in the lower bracket. All right, more lower bracket action here in match number 6 on the Red Alliance. Alliance number 7 is Small Hank, RJ494, and Brendan7. They lost only by 2 points to the Alliance 2. And then on the blue side, we have Alliance number 3, who is Tyler1334, Bront3620, and Celeste is Cool. They're all stacked up, ready for this match, and we're going to go. Winner gets to stay alive here in the lower bracket. So we see placements from both sides. Algae play from Small Hank in Autonomous period. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance opting for exclusively the Coral play for those extra bonus points. And you see they come out with a bit of a lead heading into Teleop. Immediately, Celeste is Cool and Tyler1334 depositing those algae into the processor. Human player going to launch them up into the net. Is a successful score. Red Alliance has brought it back pretty close into Teleop, going back and forth here between these different scores. Unfortunately, double possession there for Brendan7, and Blue Alliance returning the favor. Another double possession steal here from Small Hank. Great play there, awareness, able to slip through defensive posture, but unfortunately doesn't quite get the score. Gonna try and pick that one up again. Blue Alliance moving to the other side now. Tyler, 1334, senses some coral that is available. Gonna try and shove it to the other side of the field. One flies outside the field. And it is still a very, very narrow Blue Alliance lead here. So we see the final few algae trying to be scored is tied now as Red has brought this one back. Blue gonna shove one into the processor and it bounces out, and a foul, critical for that Blue Alliance, earning these points. Going to the coral play now. Still one algae to be scored here for Tyler. If this one keeps bouncing out of the net, that could be massive for this Blue Alliance if we come to the final 44 seconds. However, it falls outside the field, not going to be returned. Still a few L4s available for the Red Alliance. They really got to clean up these in the final 35 seconds. Looks like there is an attempt here from Brendan. Gets one of them. It's now a 2-point match. Very, very close. Coming down to the wire here. Blue Alliance still has some L2s to do. So they're going to try and do those. Big defensive play here from Tyler. Is tied with 15 seconds left, but the foul, Small Hank finds the angle and is able to get that foul off, which could make the difference as we come to the final 10 seconds. It's going to come down to climbs. Triple climb on Blue. Only 2 climbs on Red. Could that be the difference maker here? As teams trying to get up off the ground, and it's going to be the difference, looks like. The Blue Alliance going to take this one 282 to 274. It was so close in the end, but Blue Alliance, your Alliance number 3, going to move on in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, Alliance number 7 is done. All right, so we're checking in here. We have Nick, who's going to take you for the next 2 matches up in the upper bracket.
Thank you, Brennan. Yep, we're back onto the upper bracket now. We've got in red Alliance number 1 facing off against Alliance number 5 in blue. Red Alliance to get here, won match number 1. Alliance number 5 pulled a narrow victory in match number 2. Looking like it could be a tight one, so let's meet those teams. On the Red Alliance side, we've got their captain, xToF. They're joined by first pick Eric, 9033, and second pick Perrin. On the Blue Alliance side, you've got captain Gavin, 2337, Abyss, 1792, their first pick, and Prince, 1792, the second pick. Here comes the field reset. Match number 7 underway. All 6 robots working on building up those scores. Whoever can take this match moves on in the upper bracket. But for whoever loses, it's still not the end of the day. They get another shot to run through the lower bracket and get a crack at finals. 66 to 65 towards the Red Alliance. It is tight here. Blue getting some marginal leads as Red then takes it back. It's really neck and neck at this point. Blue with the lead again. It's tough to tell who's going to emerge with a stronger lead in the long run. Prince 1792 cycling algae into the net, same as Perrin for the Red Alliance. Eric 9033 and xToF both cycling coral onto the reef for the Red Alliance. As on the Blue Alliance, Gavin 2337 and Abyss 1792 do the same. The strategies seem to be working almost equally well. These teams are remaining almost exactly tied. Blue Alliance taking a slight advantage now, 158 to 151, growing that lead to 10 points, now up to 13 points, as they keep on cranking. If they can hold that lead, they just might pull an upset and move on in our upper bracket. Minute 13 to go, back down to an 4-point gap. These gaps bouncing around, and some defense emerging for the first time in this match. From the Blue Alliance, Prince 1792 raced down the field to play a mix of algae stealing as well as some defense. Going over to a coral station, possibly blocking it off to slow down this Red Alliance, and xToF forced to divert to a different coral station, now being held away from the reef, costing precious seconds that they really need as the Blue Alliance lead has grown to 18 points. The Blue Alliance side of the field, you still have Gavin and Abyss cranking away on those coral, trying to hold their lead. They've got 30 more seconds. If they can hold it, they can take the win, but red is still right behind and could flip it back to their favor, as they have still not fallen more than 20 points behind. They could make it up with a climb or even more coral scoring. Perrin down on the blue side of the field, lining up to possibly take on some defensive or stealing actions. Lined up with those cages, they're there, looking like they're going to try to play some defense and keep the Blue Alliance out of their barge zone. So the Blue Alliance does get through and get 2 robots airborne as time expires. Blue Alliance taking the win there, 293 to 260. Blue Alliance moves on. Alliance number 5 moves on in the upper bracket. We'll see them again in upper bracket finals in match 11. Alliance number 1 does drop down to our lower bracket, where we will see them again in match number 9, facing off against Alliance number 3. Now here we have match number 8. This one has Alliance number 2 in red, Alliance number 6 in blue. On that red alliance, we have their captain, Etan 1577, their first pick, Lumpy, and their second pick, Logan. For the Blue Alliance, we have their captain, Fire 449, their first pick, Ebac 09005, and their second pick, Sky Blocker. Quick coral action from both alliances. 3 coral on L4 already for both alliances. Red Alliance quickly working to build that up, looking to do it quicker than Blue and establishing a lead as a result, but Blue able to catch back up. Now 70 to 70 at 2 minutes 10 seconds to go. These leads are ping-ponging back and forth at the moment. First algae coming up from Skyblocker for Blue, and on the Red Alliance, that's Lumpy doing the algae cycling. That's really the role we've seen Lumpy take on for this Red Alliance, as Skyblocker continues cranking away at that role for Blue. Fire from 449 and Ebac both quickly serving as the coral specialists for the Blue Alliance, building up that score as they've now established a relatively strong lead, over 20, nearly 20 points now, but Red is quickly trying to close that gap. Etan and Logan both cycling coral onto the reef. That work there could build up those scores and possibly close the gap, but Blue still appears to be pulling away. They've got a gap of 30 points now, 35 points make that. Blue is possibly pulling away with this as Red keeps on cranking on that scoring. Algae still going up. Red appears to have the advantage on algae scoring at this point. Still working on getting more coral on now, especially as all the algae are in the air. It's all down to coral scoring. Blue cracks 200 points just before the 60-second mark. Red closing in on 180. Seems like strategies remain relatively similar to as they were earlier in this match. All alliances prioritizing 3 coral robots in back-to-back-to-back succession, cranking up those scores as best they can, grabbing those coral and scoring them quickly to keep on building the points. With 33 seconds to go, Red Alliance has closed some of that gap. It was at 30 points at some points. They got it below 10 points at some other points. Only an 8-point gap now. Red is closing it. A good endgame could swing it to Red's favor if Blue doesn't respond with an endgame, or Red could keep handling coral, which could also swing overpowering Blue's coral scoring to keep on building these up. 10 seconds to go, a 4-point gap now. Red is quickly closing in. Can they flip it? Only time will tell in the final 3, 2, 1. It does appear that our final score came out to a tie. We'll see how the system assesses that in just a moment. All right, we've consulted with our xRC admins. This match did indeed turn out to be a tie. However, it is generally policy to go and replay tie matches, so we will be replaying this match in just a few minutes. Stick around to see who's moving on in our upper bracket. We've got the field set, and here's the countdown for the rematch. See who's moving on. These teams tied last match. It is an incredibly close pairing here. Alliance is keeping on moving to see if they can snag the advancement this time, rather than the same tie that happened in our last match. Auto over 58 to 56, Blue Alliance taking a very, very narrow lead. But if you remember last time, we started off with Blue pulling a up to 30-point lead before Red closed it down to an entire tie by the end. Red keeping it much tighter this time, 83 to 92. Blue is in the lead, but not by much. Red is right behind them as Coral cycling coming in. On that Red Alliance, you have Etan and Logan, both cycling Coral as fast as they can. On the Blue Alliance, you have Fire and Ebac doing the same. Skyblocker serving as the Algae Cycler for the Blue Alliance. For the Red Alliance, that's Lumpy, who just went down to steal an Algae, taking it back to the Red Alliance net for 4 points to the Red Alliance. They've got another Algae in their control, but getting into a bit of a traffic jam with their Alliance partner. Dropping it off up high, 163 to 143, a 20-point separation. Now 25 points towards the Blue Alliance. Red is still working to quickly keep on scoring. With 1 minute 6 seconds to go, Blue Alliance holding a pretty stable lead, 183 to 168, about 20 points now. They keep on holding. If they can hold that 20-point lead, they will move on in the upper bracket. But if Red can't close that gap like they did last time and even take the lead, they could secure that next seat in the upper bracket for themselves. First defense of the match coming in from Fire 449, blocking off a Coral station, trying to control this Red Alliance robot and make sure they don't get a Coral. Etan now under a lot of delay. Those delays could be crucial in helping the Blue Alliance hold that lead as Ebac and Skyblocker crank out Coral as fast as they can, hauling Coral up to keep building that score. Red Alliance has closed the gap slightly, but not by that much. Still a 15-point gap as we hit 15 seconds to go, down to a 10-point gap now that Red really wants to close in. Blue not really having much luck getting the score up to 233 now, as with 5 seconds to go, some climbs can come in. One Red robot in the air, make that 2 as time expires. Final score for the replay is they're going to go to the Blue Alliance. Alliance number 6 will move on in the upper bracket and face Alliance number 5 in match number 11. Alliance number 2 is going to drop down to the lower bracket, where we'll see them again in match number 10, facing off against Alliance 4. With that, we're going to hand back off to Brennan, who's our lower bracket game announcer for this event, to take it away and keep this exciting event rolling.
All right, let's meet the teams. Two teams that maybe you wouldn't expect to be in the lower bracket yet, but we do have them here nonetheless. Alliance number 1 in red, led by Navixity, Eric 9033, and rounded out by Perrin. Versus in blue, Alliance number 3, working their way through the lower bracket, led by Tyler 1334, Bront 3620, and Celeste is Cool. All right, here we go. Loser is knocked out. It's the lower brackets. Alliance 1 and Alliance 3. Neither thought they would be here, but here they are. It's going to come down to this. Auto. Double cycling already from Navixity. So quick with those cycles. Going to be a very slight Red Alliance lead here coming out of Auto. Already 2 Algae up into the net from Perrin. Doing a good job there. Meanwhile, Red Alliance and Blue Alliance just very close. Evenly matched here. Is Blue going to jump back into it? Just overloading that processor really quickly. And looks like Eric also going to do the same thing, but unfortunately the ball rolls to the Blue Alliance side of the field, so they're going to be able to pick that one up later on. Just keeps going back and forth in waves. Unfortunately, the Perrin net did not work. Going to try it again. This time it's good. Bounce out, but this time it goes to the Red Alliance, so that's actually going to help them. Hopefully Blue Alliance, for their sake, can start seeing them bounce to their side of the field, but none of them are falling. See Perrin prepped to try and block that processor. Meanwhile, Tyler's going to go to the other side and play some defense on Eric. Really slow down, actually removes the coral, puts it in their own manipulator. That's a fancy move. We see Eric and Navixity trying to score to their best of their ability. Perrin going to put one up more in the net. It's only about a 5-point match, flickering between the two. Celeste is cool, and Bront putting in work here, scoring as much as possible. Working now, looks like most of their L3s are done, going to L2s, working their way down the reef. Alliance 1 solidly in the L2 part of their gameplay here as we're coming down to 30 seconds. Perrin playing defense, slowing down these Blue Alliance robots, and that is going to matter a lot here as Celeste has to switch loading stations and actually drops their game piece when they tried to get around. Perrin just absolute masterclass here on defense. Tyler for the Blue Alliance trying to mimic the other side, but it is going to be coming down to the end game. Now Blue does have an extra climb on Red, so they're going to hope that that's going to be enough. It's going to be close at the end. Oh, looks like a 5-point win here for the Red Alliance. Staying alive in the lower bracket is going to be Alliance number 1. Unfortunately for Alliance 3, 280 points was not enough in this matchup, and they are going to be going home. All right, moving right along, lower bracket, match number 10. We have Alliance 2 in red, which is Eton 1577, Lumpy, and Logan. And they're going to be facing off versus Alliance number 4, E-Man 7199, Noah PLWG1, and Charlemagne. All right, we jump right into the action. Everybody trying to score their preload. Slight red lead early on, but we know how quickly that can change as all robots coming back for seconds and thirds in terms of scoring, and it is going to be a 1-point lead out of Auto for the Blue Alliance. Red trying to come back, and they jump out into the lead again. So looks like we're in store for a back and forth matchup here. One interesting thing that we do see is Blue Alliance tends to do a little bit more algae with the Rust Hounds. Some go into the processor, while the Red Alliance leaves it all to Lumpy on that 1778 robot, fully responsible for any of the algae plays. Unfortunately, that one didn't fall in the net for the Red Alliance. But that's great news for the Blue Alliance, who's just barely eking ahead right now in terms of pace on the scoreboard. Noah and E-Man working together, trying to play some defense on Lumpy, slow down that algae stealing, because we know it can be so lethal. But it is still a very slight Blue Alliance lead It looks like the last algae has been scored, so now it is all down to coral. One of the big things we've seen from Lumpy is how fast the L1 play has been. Looks like Blue Alliance transitioning into a defensive role where E-Man, who has had a lot of practice with that defense, is going to move, trying to slow down Eton as much as possible. Logan gets the foul, the teamwork between the Red Alliance, calling that out. However, they're a little bit messy on the coral scoring front still. And here we go again. E-Man trying to avoid the foul this time, does so. Final 30 seconds. It's a tie game, folks. Going to go back and forth. Charlemagne trying to put an L1 up. Doesn't fall, though. Second try works. Looks like Blue Alliance is just fully on L1s now. So is Red. It is literally just a 2-point gap, flipping back and forth between these two alliances. Could come down to the climb. Logan drops a game piece. That could be the difference maker here. It's going to come down to 6 seconds, pushing the climb super late. Blue Alliance already there for the climbs. Who's going to take it? Oh my goodness, unbelievable. Looks like a 1-point win for the Blue Alliance. Didn't know which way it was going to go till the very end. And looks like that's the end of the road there for Alliance number 2. Unfortunately for them, 1-point loss. Great job to Alliance number 4 taking that one, setting them up for a matchup later on versus Alliance number 1. But before we get to that, we have match number 11, and Nick, you got it. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Brennan. Yep, we're back to the upper bracket. One of these teams will be our first finalist. Alliance 5 in red versus Alliance 6 in blue. On that Red Alliance, we have our captain, Gavin, 2337, joined by their first pick, Abyss, 1792, and their second pick, Prince, 1792. They're faced off against the 6-seeded Alliance with their captain, Fire, 449, their first pick, Ebac, 9005, and Skyblocker. Autonomous underway. In just a few short minutes, we will have our first finalist for xToF. Algae going up to the net from the Red Alliance by Prince 1792 as Autonomous ends 69-53, scores bouncing around. Red Alliance holding a lead now. Blue Alliance working to quickly build up their own score and try to hold this out as well. Red Alliance pulling off a lead now, about 14 points above the Blue Alliance. Now 11 as both have scored 7 points now. The Alliance is quickly working to build up those scores. There's Skyblocker trying to block Abyss from scoring an algae into the processor, but Abyss able to slam right on through, get that algae in, score 6 points to the Red Alliance, before the algae then nestles up into the net for 4 points to the Blue Alliance. Prince and Gavin both also working on the Red Alliance side of the field. Looks like Gavin and Abyss focusing on coral cycles now, while Prince takes on that algae role, lining up with the last algae preset on the reef. Joining Abyss in algae control, Abyss goes for a processor approach, and it lands up in the net properly. There, it's worth 4 points to the Blue Alliance after giving 6 to Red. Some defense now played on the Blue Alliance as Prince 1792 ultimately returns back home, but they will go down to the Blue Alliance. Never mind staying home with their intake, grabbing a loose coral on the floor, placing it into L1, and now going back onto the Blue Alliance side of the field, taking up one of those coral stations, possibly trying to slow these people down before stealing 2 coral, throwing them back out and grabbing just 1. As a reminder, by the rules of Reefscape, you can only carry 1 coral outside of a little grace period. 240 to 210, a 30-point margin to the Red Alliance, as some pins coming in from Blue. For that Blue Alliance, Fire 449 is down in the Red Alliance side of the field, holding down some teams trying to slow this Red Alliance down, as Blue does need some more points to be able to pick this up and take on Red. Final 10 seconds, 2 blue robots coming in for possible climbs, 2 red robots are in. One's airborne, 2 airborne for blue, 2 airborne for red, as time expires. Red Alliance taking this one 291 to 255. We have our first finalists, the number 5 seeded Alliance. Alliance number 6 still surviving though. We will see them again in the lower bracket finals of match 13. Now we're moving back down to the lower bracket for a couple last matches. Taking it away for the lower bracket is Brennan.
All right, lower bracket. We'd love to see it. Match number 12 in red. We have Alliance number 4. They've been in the lower bracket the entire time, making the run. Led by E-Man 7199, Noah PL WG1, and Charlemagne. Over in blue, it's the Alliance number 1 who fell down a little bit earlier than they expected, but ever since then they've been moving on up, led by Navixty, Eric 9033, and Perrin. Alrighty, we are gonna be underway here. Off we go, autonomous period. Alliance 1 in blue, Alliance 4 in red. A critical miss there from Noah, actually. It looks like he dropped the game piece, so that could be devastating when the margins are so close, and we've seen 1-point losses. But still lots of time to play. Immediately, E-Man going over to the other side, playing defense, really disrupting this blue Alliance. Perrin gonna go to the other side as well, placing those algae up into the net, but gets caught on the cage. Might have to reset themselves. They do. They're gonna incur a minor penalty for that, but they are back in action because of that case. On the red side, Charlemagne and Noah are working together, trying to do what they can. Now, Red Alliance is running a bit of a different strategy than they did before. Previously, Charlemagne was on the 1778 robot. They've moved to Rust Hounds to go for the coral scoring, looks like, and they've opted to have no chill out robot. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance has kept kind of the same standard thing, playing a lot more aggressive defense versus this high-powered scoring Alliance number 1, who currently is in the lead by about 13 points. Perrin able to nab one of those over into the net, trying to get the last piece of algae, but it's in a protected zone, so he's going to have to move to a different objective. Potentially could steal off the reef. Nobody's protecting, but the first shot was not there. Going to get it on second try. Great awareness there to remove that ability for the Red Alliance to score that game piece. Now just caught up with Charlemagne, not giving an inch, is happy to keep it as is. 2 robots working together to try and push Perrin out of the way, but he's just happy to sit here and waste Charlemagne's time. The perfect level of defense as we're coming down to the final 30 seconds. Blue with a pretty strong lead here, looking to make it into the lower bracket finals. More scoring. Charlemagne just waving the arm, waiting for Perrin to maybe move out of the way, but he's not going to give an inch. Looks like we have climbs with 3 seconds to go. Will it be enough for the Red Alliance? And it looks like the Blue Alliance comes away number 1 Gonna move it into lower bracket finals. And there we go, 265 to 241. A strong win here for the number 1 alliance, making top 3. Now we're gonna take a 3-minute break before we jump into match number 13, just to allow everybody to get things settled. And we'll be right back with you in just a moment.
Replaying your words there in my head. When you're not here, I'm stuck in bed. I'm starting to break. I'm starting to break. I'm starting to break down. Watch all of the bullets fall to the ground. You took a shot and I'm yours now. But I'm starting to break. I'm starting to break down. Break down. Break down. Break down. shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness. In the darkness, my shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness.
Alrighty, so we do have our next match ready to go. In red, we have Alliance number 6, just coming into the losers or the lower bracket, led by Fire 449, Ebeck 9005, and Skyblocker. And working their way through the lower bracket is the Blue Alliance number 1 seed, and they are Navixty, Eric 9033, and Perrin. All right, final spot on the line. Final match of the lower bracket, and here we go. Ebac with a miss, unfortunately. Could hurt once again. You need to hit every single score when you're going up at this high level. And another miss, unfortunately, does fall to level 1, so it's not a complete loss, but Red Alliance definitely could have been a little bit higher out of Autonomous. However, it is only like a 1-point difference here as we are jumping into Teleop. Lots of different action, lots of coral being sent down onto the ground, lots of algae being put in by Eric9033 of the Blue Alliance. Parin gonna put some up into the net. Skyblocker doing the same thing for the Red Alliance. It is a back and forth match, just what we like to see here in lower bracket finals. It is only algae left really on the Red Alliance. They still have 2 more algae. We'll see if Perrin can get the last one. He's going for the steal. They don't notice, but he isn't actually able to get it off. However, he does pass it kind of to Perrin, and it's going to launch over to the blue side, so that's going to be good for the Blue Alliance. Now it's the coral game. Once Perrin is able to pick this one up and score into the Blue Alliance net, hopefully. Reef posts nearly filled on both Alliances sides. So just some L2 and L3s left. Blue trying to get that gap a little bit larger. Actually, there's a couple L4s on the Red Alliance as well, so maybe they can get a few points. Fire moving to the other side of the field. Going to play some defense on Navixi. See what they can do. Perrin, defense on Ebac. So we see the defensive play in the second half of this match as we're trying to slow them down as much as possible. But still a Blue Alliance lead. Nearly trying to get a foul there. Fire not going to be baited by it, but it is messing around with Eric, pinning him. He is nearly going to get a foul, but is able to back off that foul quick enough. And here we go, final 15 seconds. Fire just trying to disrupt as much as possible. Same thing for the Blue Alliance. 8 seconds to go. Blue Alliance with the lead heading into climbs. Need to hit all their climbs to make it. Will they do it? And looks like they do. Alliance number 1 booking their ticket to finals. Alliance number 6, oh so close, but in the end fall just short. 261 to 243. All right, and with that, we do have our 2 finalists, Alliance number 5 and Alliance number 1. And to take you through the different matches of the finals, welcome back, Nick.
Thank you very much, Brennan. All right, we're now ready for the grand final. Alliance number 5 took it out of our upper bracket, but Alliance 1, after dropping down a bit earlier, swept on through the lower bracket to make it back to our grand finals. Okay. All right, we're ready to roll for finals. Before we get rolling there, as a heads up, there is currently a giveaway in the YouTube chat. If you're interested and would like more details, be sure to check there. Now, we've got two different alliances facing each other. Over on the Red Alliance, we've got they came all the way through the upper bracket to get here. Starting it off with the Alliance 5 captain, it's Gavin, 2337. They're joined by their first pick, Abyss, 1792. And finally, their second pick, Prince, 1792. Over on the Blue Alliance, they may have dropped down earlier, but they fought their way back and they are now here in the finals. Starting them off is their captain, xToF, joined by their first pick, Eric, 9033. And finally, their second pick, that's Perrin. We've made it to the finals after one nice day, nearly 6 hours of robots so far. We're about approaching finding our xToF 2025 champion and recipient of that $300 prize. Red Alliance taking a lead out of the autonomous period, 82-74 towards that Red Alliance. All 6 of these robots still focusing on that scoring and offensive strategy. Focusing fully on Coral for the Red Alliance, that's Gavin, 2337. Really serving as a core Coral cycler, as Abyss, 1792, playing a bit of a hybrid role. They were scoring Algae into the processor, but now switching over to Coral, especially as that is some of the last Algae on the field. The very last one, they're picked up by Gavin, hauling it now over towards the net if they would like to. I'd rather opting for the processor, where it goes airborne, bounces back out of the Blue Alliance net, so only 6 points to the Red Alliance and none to Blue at this point. On that blue side of the field, Navixi, the #1 seed of our whole event, lining up with a Coral in their possession, going to drop it off. They're really serving as a key Coral specialist here in this event. Their alliance partner, Eric, 9033, has an Algae, gets it into the processor, just barely escaping the defense of Prince, 1792. Red Alliance still holding onto a lead as Perrin has moved in from the Blue Alliance to play defense on Red and slow them down. Given that Red has pulled now a 14-point lead, this slowdown may be necessary to make sure that Blue can plausibly bring it back in. Red is still scoring, however, a 12-point margin here. Definitely a shrinking gap. If Blue can close it and flip the score, they will take themselves an advantage going into the remainder of finals. Eric, 9033, fully on Coral at this point, grabbing another from the Coral station, but facing defense from Prince, 1792. Those crucial seconds could be everything, especially given how little time is left. Blue Alliance really needs to catch up, so Red trying to hold them back as we had 6 seconds to go. People coming in for climbs. What appears to be 2 different penalties called at the same time by the auto system as time expires with a 2-point margin. Finals match number 1 goes to the red number 5 Alliance, but 297 to 295, some of the highest scores we've seen in all of eliminations. As a notice, the previous high score for eliminations was 291 back in match 11, also set by this Alliance number 5. Both of these alliances just beat that, so we are set for an incredibly electric remaining set of our finals. All right, folks, we're back at it, ready and set for finals match 2. It's all the same teams we've met before. If Red Alliance has that advantage, if you can remember. So if Red takes this match, they become our 2025 champions. We're getting the field reset, and we're ready to go. We do appear to be missing a Blue Alliance robot, but there comes Perrine. Dropping in. Still 2 robots stalled on the start line at this point. Red Alliance fully running. Not 100% certain how we're going to handle this at this point. It seems like the Blue Alliance may be stalled. We're going to reset the match and try again in a bit. Teams, we will be reloading this soon, so do whatever you would like. If you want to try jumping out of the field, you are welcome to. But yes, we are resetting the field. they win this entire event here. Though Blue Alliance does take a very brief lead that Red takes back coming out of the autonomous period. Red now leading 90 to 85 as they keep building up that score, seeing how high they can go. All three Red Alliance robots playing offense. Gavin fully prioritizing that coral scoring, Prince on the net, and Abyss scoring in the processor. But Abyss changing over to scoring on the reef with some coral now, as the algae supplies are running quite low. On the Blue Alliance side, Navixi, who's been grinding single player during this entire event itself, and apparently set the world record about 2 hours ago, is going and grabbing more coral from the coral station, getting around some defense from Prince 1792, who just swung in to try and slow down this Blue Alliance. Red really wants to take this, and Blue is right on their heels. If Red takes it, they seal the deal. Blue wants to make sure they don't do that. Eric 9033 for the Blue Alliance just managed to pull a penalty on Prince 1792, making contact with him while Eric was inside of that hexagon on the floor. Going back and forth to keep on scoring those coral. That's L2 for 3 points right there, as these teams keep building up those scores. 52 seconds to go, 231 to 213 towards the Red Alliance. Red Alliance still running 2 robots on offense, Blue running 3 offense robots with 1 Red Alliance defender there to slow them down, as Blue is still staying right on the heels of this Red number 5 Alliance. Perrin lining up with their intake to a coral on the floor. That's when their possession now. They've got it to L1. They've dropped it off, grabbing another to keep on doing that. Those L1 scores at 2 points apiece are often all that's left when all these branches fill up. Some might still be open, but those scores can still be valuable as we have 10 seconds to go with an 8-point margin. Red Alliance still leading. If they hold that, we have our champions, but Blue Alliance closing in. It looks like Blue might have 2 climbs as Blue takes the lead, but Red appears to have seized the lead back in the final instance of the match. And with that, finals match number 2 coming in. It's going to the Red number 5 Alliance, scoring 289 to the Blue number 1 Alliance's 283. Alliance number 5 are your 2025 xRC Tournament of Fun champions.
Hey everybody, this is Tyler from Fun on behalf of the Fun Robotics Network. We're delighted to partner with the xRC team and Second Robotics to make this happen. Make sure if you are new to this that you stick around in the xRC Discord for future match play as well too. We wish you all the best no matter what program you're in, and the winning alliance once again will be receiving a prize that will be working with them and take it out. So thank you so much. We're delighted to have you back once again. We wish you all the best no matter which program you're in as you get ready for your next seasons going on. So thank you everybody. Have a great night and we'll see you next time.